Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? Welcome to the complete edition of Kenshi's Impossible Start Challenge. This features both the normal run as intended by the mod creator, or as most of you know it, Girth's story, as well as the modded rework that I used for the human start, or Shaft's story. Both of these have been combined into one video since both stories tie together fairly heavily. My only plug for this is that I'm streaming on Twitch now on Wednesdays and Fridays, so if that's interesting to you, stop by and hang out for a bit. With that, I appreciate you all, and thanks for watching. Enjoy. You ever find yourself wanting to explore Chernobyl, but you can't because, radiation? Well, what if you run into a wild herd of Ricky Berwicks while you're investigating an artifact or two? Well, luckily for you, StarCraft has the answer. Releasing as the largest open-world online game in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, the game allows you to embrace any role to pursue whatever excites you most about the location. Want to hunt for artifacts? You can do that. Want to hunt for hunters hunting artifacts? You can do that. Aside from the non-linear main storyline, the game is full of side quests and other wacky shenanigans to get into, including both PvP and PvE elements. There's also an entire faction component of the game in the form of faction warfare. Whether you join up with a paramilitary group, a team of mercenaries, or maybe even some religious zealots in search of the true meaning of some flying spaghetti monster, it's ultimately entirely up to you. Not only do factions exist though, but what if I told you that StarCraft also featured these absolutely massive session battles that any player can partake in? Personally, I'm more of a PvE guy myself, and thankfully, StarCraft has something for me and others like me, coming in the form of an event known as Back to the Inside Out. A unique PvE event loaded with raids, bosses, and top-tier gear. It honestly reminds me a ton of the Dark Zone in The Division, but if it was an exclusively PvE area. And the best part? The game's completely free. You can download StarCraft using the link down in the description or in the pinned comment. There's also a bonus code in the same spot that you can plug in to give you a nice welcome bonus to help you get started. Good luck, and I'll see you out there. But for now, it's on to more Kenshi debauchery. Meet Girth. He has no arms, no legs, and just went 1 billion cats in debt over some pictures of bored primates with funny hats. We're also hated by almost every faction in the game, and have a nice little bounty of 100k on our head. We start out in a cannibal village, but luckily for us, cannibals don't really seem to have an appetite for robotic limbs, instead seeming to only take pleasure in removing them and tossing them around like boomerangs. Left to his own devices, Girth began doing the only thing he could do in this situation: crawling, and crawl he did. The stealth XP gains were worth the sacrifice of having no limbs in my opinion, but seriously, crawling is literally all we can do, so it's all we did. On the bright side, we don't need to worry about food since skeletons don't need to eat, but we do need to be worried about a wild Beak Thing walking in front of us or a Leviathan deciding it feels like crushing our skulls through the earth. By the end of our first day, we managed to catch a glimpse of a sunset over the hills. Poor Girth was too busy kissing dirt to see it though. As the light vanished over the sea, we were left in a perpetual state of darkness, alone in the Iron Trail. If you're wondering why it's named the Iron Trail, well, because these things are littered throughout the landscape. Yes, they are alive, and yes, they will kill you. As the sun rose on day 2 of our trek to a better life, we continued south. There isn't much to do early on except wait and hope you get lucky. At this pace, it'll take a few days before we reach our destination, so I took some time to just admire the views. That evening, I'd managed to reach the Purple Sands, where a wandering tribe of shrieking bandits came passing through. Luckily, my stealth is at 75 already, so they didn't seem to notice me. By the morning of day 3, we came across our first ruin. It's the only set of ruins in the Purple Sands, but there's a chance it's got some limbs here for us to use. I figured it was worth a shot since we were passing through anyway, so Girth began making his way over towards it. Naturally, it took the better part of the afternoon to make it the few hundred feet to the entrance, but we made it nonetheless. The only downside? Well, in case you haven't noticed, Girth's got no fucking arms, which tends to make lockpicking a little difficult. After spending almost 4 hours looting the place, we came away with nothing. This was essentially a mini obstacle course designed to laugh at cripples, and I fell for it. You know, there is something to be said about watching your solo torso crawl through shit at a whopping 1 mile an hour. You can learn a lot about yourself through this process, and what I've learned is that I'm incredibly impatient. We're about to enter the Shrieking Forest though, so at least we're making progress. Don't mind the trees, by the way. They took one look at Girth and felt the need to try and prove a point that size does matter, but Girth knows. One of the more nerve-wracking portions of this crawl came towards the end of day 4. There's this small valley in between some hills that I needed to pass through. It was just my luck that it happened to be one of the main crossing points between dozens of bandit patrols. Good thing we've been leveling our stealth for 4 days straight, which allowed us to pass through unscathed. I have a feeling that if we had been caught, we would have been disassembled and used as spare parts for those off-brand Walmart gamer PC setups. A fate worse than death for most. We're 6 days in at this point, and making some decent progress. Look how far this little torso has dragged itself. At this rate, it'll take another day or two before we reach our final destination though. If you're wondering where we're headed to, there is a high village with a robotic shop to our south. If we can make it there, we can hopefully find a way to steal some limbs and get mobile again. From there, the real journey can begin. Towards the end of my 6th day, I came across a wanderer, Spike, from the Holy Nation Outlaws. It was one of those bromances where we didn't utter a word to one another and just enjoyed each other's company for the few minutes we crossed paths, never to be seen again. As the sun rose on day 7, I could see the Hiver village in the distance. It took several more hours before I was able to reach it, but by that afternoon, I'd finally made it to our destination. Now, the Hivers here don't really seem to care about me, even when they finally spotted Girth scooting his way across the floor. This, in turn, allowed me to locate a hungry bandit who'd been beaten half to death and take his armor off of him. He wasn't using it anyway, and I thought it'd make me look cool to the Hivers. The only ones I really need to watch out for are the soldier drones, since my relationship with the Queen is less than stellar. These guys will kill me on sight. The worker drones don't seem to mind me though. Anyway, my first order of business was to make my way to one of the shops. I need to level my thieving up a bit before I try to steal some limbs, and the best way to do that is to enact the tried and true method of accidentally knocking things over and shoving them in my mouth when the shopkeep wasn't looking. That was the plan, until I walked into the shop and saw a shit ton of guards sitting around, at which point I paused the game and spammed some economy limbs until I was able to get a full set. After stapling them to my body, I made a run for it. And by that, I mean I got my ass whooped by some guards while trying to walk out. After catapulting Girth into the air and leaving him for dead, I simply waited out the reboot time, healed up, and crawled to relative safety. My thievery is still level 1, so I figured taking a shot at the general store couldn't hurt, and went back in for more. There was a bottle of cactus rum sitting on a barrel that I was able to reach. I'm not sure how the guard didn't see me, considering I was laying just a few feet from him, but that didn't stop me from repeatedly dropping and picking up this precious 481 CAD bottle of rum, taking my thieving all the way from 1 to 35 before wanting to climb into an oven and turn it on. The problem is that this isn't even close to what I need to actually complete my kleptomaniac arc. The arms I have right now have an 80% debuff to thieving. The only way to get around that is to bump up that thievery skill some more in order to steal better arms and repeat the cycle. By 3 AM, I'd reached 46 and had developed a severe case of carpal tunnel, but continued pressing on. As of level 51, I was gaining just 7% per click, and that was where I drew the line. At 5:35 on day 8, I set out for the nearby city of Mongrel. In hindsight, this was incredibly stupid. Fogmen roam the area and will slaughter you on sight, but Mongrel is home to another robotic shop, which has high and even specialist grade limbs there, so it seemed like a logical next step to me. The biggest predicament will be just getting through the front gates. Well, there's the city. Now to just walk through the thick fog and hundreds of mindless drones roaming inside of it. Speaking of them, hopefully the rest are as clueless as that group. As it turns out, when I remove my limbs, my stealth shoots from a whopping 10 all the way up to 100, which means that it is statistically safer for me to crawl with no legs than to crouch walk with legs. And that right there is why we crawl. After several hours of crawling through the mud, I remembered how terribly off-putting this lifestyle was and slapped some legs back on Girth. We arrived at Mongrel at around midnight, going into our 9th day, only to be assaulted by the guards almost immediately. I'll have to employ other measures of getting inside. It's also worth noting that Girth's papier-mâché arms are completely destroyed, so he can't even heal himself if he wanted to. I see we're going with the phasing through the staircase approach. Excuse me, just gonna squeeze through here. Look at him go, like what a tight squeeze. You know what? Good for Girth. He managed to sneak his way directly underneath some guards and a killer robot spider without dying. I'd say that's worth a round of applause, or, I don't know, a like on the video, that'd be neat. Anyway, now that we're inside, we will simply need to invoke the tactic of not being seen by anyone ever. All of these guys will kill me on sight, so best not to ask them how their evening is going. Initially, this was a disaster. Everywhere I turned, guards were on the lookout for me, and if it wasn't guards, it was killer robot spiders. Eventually, I managed to find my groove though. You see, if you remove your legs, you'll need to reboot for a few seconds, causing the guards to drop aggro on you. From there, you just need to wait for them to walk away before moving back into stealth and continuing forward. This took several hours, but after repeating the process a ton of times, I managed to make it to the front door of the robotic shop. And once inside, I began the process of spam clicking on some arms and legs until I was able to get myself a new set of limbs. Obviously, this pissed off the shopkeeper, so I ran behind the building to hide and heal up until a guard found me. Having been effectively Scooby-Doo chased from the city, I didn't have a planned destination in mind for Girth. It's not like I can just go buy a shack and start building anything either. I mean, I'm $1 billion in debt. I'll have to figure out my own path. At least I can run 36 miles an hour now, though. I don't see a way anyone or anything catches me at this rate. Literally a robotic Forrest Gump. If he's not being chased by bandits, though, Girth was constantly being chased out of town by drone soldiers. It's truly a lose-lose situation, but I have a plan. I don't fully trust myself with melee combat yet, though, especially since we don't have a supply of spare limbs lying around. These are all I've got. I also don't have any weapons, aside from these fists of steel. I do know where to get some, though. God, look at how fast he runs. It's incredible. I made it to a way station that evening, and after being greeted with a bolt to the skull, tried to sneak my way in before also being spotted. At this point, I just gave up and sprinted in looking for anything I could use as a weapon. Unfortunately, there aren't any swords or bows here, but there are backpacks, skeleton repair kits, and bolts. I grabbed some of each and set out for the hub to leech some weaponry off the bar patrons, leaving the way station in the dust. Of course, I had to make a quick pit stop at Squin to steal some maps as well. Just outside of the hub is a lone shack/bar/rebel outpost. Since I didn't want to piss off everyone in the hub, I targeted this building instead. The guards didn't seem to really care about me at first, even letting me grab a bow for the road. The problem only started when I borrowed a junk bow from the shop counter, which caused all of the guards to chase after me. After luring them out into the open, only one continued pursuing me, and this is where he royally fucked up. See, I have a bow now. I may not know how to use it, but I have one. This sparked Girth's first actual fight, and it went way better than you'd expect it to go. After shooting bolts into the dirt for 2 hours, I finally managed to incapacitate the ninja, looting him for his cool black rag shirt and katanas. And just like that, we have weapons. At this point, the world is ours for the taking. The only real holdup is the degradation of my robot body. We'll need to find a skeleton bed to recharge at, but I don't know of any that I can just use for free, which leaves me with one option. I'll need to start my own outpost, build it from the ground up, and research my way into owning my own personal skeleton bed. That'll take some time though, and I have many enemies to get to. The goal is to be fully self-sustainable. Sure, I can steal building materials and iron plates, but that would require constant runs to and from Squin, which is the closest city that has those supplies. That being said, I'll need to steal some initial items to help get me started. Before I can do that though, I need to get my strength up. Almost as soon as I started mining for iron, a group of dust bandits decided to welcome me to the community. The old Girth might have taken this, but the new and improved, bigger, stronger, and faster Girth isn't going to stand for these intimidation tactics. The fight lasted for hours, but over time, Girth was able to chip away at their numbers. See, Girth alone doesn't stand much of a chance. He can wing some shots at the group and deal small amounts of damage while praying for blood loss, but the true heroes are the Dust Bandit bowmen sitting in the back. As long as I can keep the bandits in front of me, the bowmen will friendly fire their own men, dealing more damage than Girth and having an overall larger impact in the fight. And that's not to say Girth can't get some hits in on his own though. After around 5 hours of fighting, the Dust Bandits waved their Frenchmen's flags and ran for the hills, but Girth wasn't having it, choosing to practice his MMA skills on a crippled bandit left behind. One of the remaining bandits attempted to intervene, but was put down rather quickly. While I was practicing some MMA, a group of hungry bandits made their way up from behind. At first, I started shooting at them similarly to how the Dust Bandit fight started, but I quickly realized that they didn't pose much of a threat, and instead opted to let them shit stomp me into the dirt. If nothing else, I managed to get a few shots in with a katana and work on my toughness a bit. I'm not sure how a robot can have physical toughness, but I'm not going to ask any questions. Anyway, back to mining. I'm planning to use the iron to gain some quick strength levels before heading back to grab some building materials and iron plates from a shop in Squin. Less than 3 hours after I started mining, I was raided again by another faction. These guys are around the same skill levels as the Dust Bandits, but there's way more of them. I didn't think it would be a good idea to try and fight a third group today, so Girth sat at the bottom of the hill while these dipshits stood inside a blueprinted shack, waiting for something amazing to happen. It looks like they're still actively patrolling the area as well, but they just don't really seem to care about us at the moment, which is a good thing, I think. For the third time in less than 24 hours, our shitty little camp was raided again. I hid in the corner again, which led to the same results of the raid parties standing in the shack blueprints until getting bored and heading off to explore a different area. That being said, if we're going to continue to get constant raids like this, it might be worth looking for a new location. Though, I really only plan on using this place to recover at when needed. On the bright side, I can still mine while sneaking, and they don't seem to notice me. That is, until a group of Dust Bandits wandered over. At first I thought they'd fight each other, but they ended up teaming up in their shared interest of turning me into Karen from SpongeBob. I really can't catch a break, can I? Fortunately, I was able to lose the Garus after running up a mountain a ways before circling back to the Iron Node. All I want to do is get this knocked out as quickly as possible so I don't have to worry about this ever again. I know I could farm this out a little more, but if I carry this dead guy on my back, it bumps my weight up to 187, which I think should be good enough for some early levels. This has got to be the most awkward thing to explain to some random passerbys. Like, oh hey, don't mind me, I just have a backpack full of iron and a dead guy over my shoulders. It reads like something some shitty TikTok fitness guru would tell you to do, but hey, you can't argue with the results, I guess. By sunrise, I was well on my way to becoming a Giga Chad. There was just one problem. I hate these things with such a burning passion. After losing the Garus again, I dropped a wooden backpack full of rocks back at the shelter and began making my way down to Squin. Before we do anything though, I need a bigger backpack, which means it's back to the travel shop. Luckily for me, most of the guards that chased me out of the city were still taking their sweet time walking home, so the city was fairly abandoned compared to what it should be. Getting into the travel shop was a breeze as well, and they even had some building materials in there for me, so I grabbed another backpack, the mats, and some more maps before running out of the gate. I still need iron plates though, so I dropped my thieving bag and ran back to the general store where I was able to grab 8 iron plates and 24 science books. This should be more than enough to get me started. I was able to build the shack out within a few hours and even start on the research bench before realizing that I wouldn't have enough material to make a stone mine. In the end, I had to disassemble the research bench in order to make sure I could build up the mine and the processor. It's for the best though, since I'll be able to make my own building mats with the same stone processor once it's up and running. Working diligently, Girth was able to build out all 3 blueprints before sunset, allowing him to log a few hours at the quarry like a real blue-collar boy. After working third shift at the quarry, Girth clocked in at the stone processing plant at 7:30 that morning to see just how many building materials 6 raw stone could get him. This is going to take a while though. He's still an apprentice and working at 13% efficiency. I'd managed to turn 6 stone into 3 building materials, which were then used to build out a research bench. While I was planning out my research tasks, the dust bandits returned, this time looking for a fight. Let's face it though, Girth is weak and tired. He'd essentially been fighting for 3 days straight at this point, and when he wasn't fighting, he was slaving away at the quarry and stone processor. That being said, mama ain't raised no bitch. The plan was simple: target the war leader. He was the one talking all the shit. My mindset was, if I can take out the leader, the rest will crumble and run. As it turns out, I didn't even need to kill him, just put enough bolts into his chest until he ordered a retreat. With the day 1, it's finally on to researching. The skeleton bed cannot come soon enough. Burn's tower is located in the northern portion of the Floodlands. It's a bit of a hike, but with 2 scout legs, I should be able to make it there in a day. Almost immediately, the journey went sideways. While I do have the ability to just Forrest Gump straight through these guys, it's way more fun to practice my 360 no-scopes on them with my junk bow. Now, obviously, I'm outnumbered here, but I can still use that Pat Tillman method of letting their own bowmen fire rounds into the backs of the other bandits. That's not the only effective method though. See, sometimes you can even get a little lucky and have some escaped servants come waltzing in, splitting the dust bandits into 2 smaller groups. After watching them destroy each other for an hour or so, Girth snuck back in to finish off the stragglers. I really only need 1 to pull this off, so I kidnapped the strongest bandit I could find and brought him back to base, where I started mining iron. As long as that camp doesn't despawn, I can place the bandit in one of the sleeping bags and then fill this backpack with iron, which I can use to weigh me down while I practice beating the shit out of this guy. This should give me a ton of martial arts, strength, and dexterity XP if I do it right, but time will tell. The bandit's injury is getting worse though, and I don't have any medical supplies to heal him with, so I headed back to the nearby rebel base to steal some. Since my stealth is so high, I was basically able to just walk in, take what I wanted, including an eagle's crossbow, and walk out without issue. With the dust bandit in a recovery coma, I returned home and continued mining. That lasted for about an hour, until a small Shek war party made their way up to the mountainside. There's not really anything I could do here. Girth is too underleveled to really stand a chance. I mean, his best weapon is a dinky little crossbow used by roaming bandit groups. I used this as an opportunity to work on toughness, allowing them to quite literally pummel me into the dirt until they'd had their fill. Girth isn't doing too hot though. His right leg is practically useless in its current state, and he's one big shot to the stomach away from a complete hardware shutdown. Since I can't run, I just continued mining. I figured there's not really anything else I can do right now. It's either work on gathering more iron or focus on research, and since I'm still several days worth of research away from unlocking a skeleton bed, I decided to mine. Girth was fortunate enough that no one really bothered him over the next day or so, allowing him to mine up a few dozen iron and store it in his research bench until we had a need for it. I can't use the bandit camp sleeping bags since the camps are just crawling with bandits, so I snuck back into the rebel camp that evening hoping they had one sitting around. Unfortunately, I was spotted almost immediately, and was only able to loot the shop counter and a nearby barrel, running away with some books, causing the entire outpost to chase after me. With the ninjas hot on Girth's tail, I did the only thing I could think to do in this situation and ran straight into a dust bandit camp, causing a fight to break out. This only kind of worked as 2 or 3 of the guards turned to face the dust bandits, leaving 2 to continue chasing me along with a smaller squad of dust bandits in pursuit. After making it back to base, I tried helping the dust bandits in the fight, only to end up in a 1v1 against a guy wielding one of those Japanese paper fan things as his weapon, only instead of paper it was razor sharp steel. Naturally, as soon as one group of dust bandits were defeated, the outpost was assaulted by a dust bandit war leader. While they sat there shouting at Girth, he engaged the ninja guard. To be honest, I'm not sure how this guy is still alive. He's got like 15 bolts lodged in him, 2 of them being direct headshots. Even with the dust bandits sitting there and the ninja fight going on, a group of hungry bandits apparently felt the need to insert themselves into the fray as well. I tried to kite them through another group of dust bandits, which took care of the ninja guard, but only really fucked me over even more, since now there were like 50 bandits attacking me. With Girth incapacitated, I'm not really sure what happened to the bandit I was carrying. I'm assuming he just ran away. Regardless, we're still alive and able to sneak away. Once I made it back to the camp, I found a dust boss dying near the iron node. When I entered my shack though, I found the entire war party of dust bandits just idling around. Miraculously, I was able to sneak around them, grab some bandages, and save the dust boss, keeping him as my new training dummy. As the sun rose on day 16, I ran back to the hub to see if I could find a sleeping bag there. Luckily, the bar was in the middle of assaulting a group of hungry bandits, and I was able to sneak by everyone, including the bar counter for a shitty katana that I could use to power level with. At this point, the only place that I know for sure has a sleeping bag is the travel goods shop in Squin. So I dropped off the dust bandit at the shack, locking him inside like he was Gypsy Rose, and set off for Squin. The raid was incredibly easy like always. Since my stealth is so damn high, I can practically walk down the middle of the street without worry. From the travel goods store, I was able to walk away with 2 sleeping bags, some medical supplies in case I needed them in the future, and a ton of books. While on my way out, I figured I should stop at the armor shop to see if I could find some samurai armor as well, since I read that a decent set will help you level your combat skills much faster. I was able to find some leg plates and armor to use, but unfortunately, I can't continue stacking shitty helmets or boots since I can't equip them. I can, however, work on lockpicking here though, since the shopkeep doesn't seem to notice me standing behind him. You know, I was worried this was gonna happen, but when I made it back to the shack, the dust boss was gone. This has happened to me in other playthroughs as well, so I should have known better. It's not the end of the world by any means though, like there's still a whole dust bandit camp below me that I can just pull guys from. Not to mention the constant assaults taking place in our little camp. Regardless, I placed the sleeping bags almost touching each other. This way I should be able to kidnap 2 bandits, and there's a chance I can hit both of them at the same time, doubling the XP I would gain. In order to kidnap dust bandits though, I'll need a higher assassination level, since mine is sitting at a whopping 1. I was able to get it up to 15 before Girth was spotted. This actually wound up leading to a fight between Dust and Hungry Bandits, so I sat back and watched, hoping at least one Dust Bandit would get taken out. and as it turns out, I didn't have to wait too long, as 2 dust bandits were dropped and forgotten about. While one was plain dead, the other was merely crippled, so I knocked both of them out and brought them back to my base. This was a huge pain in the ass, since as soon as one was inside, the other would escape, so I ended up beating both of them into comas until I could position them properly. Oh, I also moved the sleeping bags inside so that I could lock the door. That way, even if they woke up and ran, I could knock them back out before they fully escaped. I could have placed both in the sleeping bags, but if I carry one of the bandits, my weight shoots all the way up to 276, which keeps me above that 90% encumbrance threshold. To gauge how effective this is, my martial arts is currently 6th, my strength is 16, and my dex is 17. Alright, let's try this out. Alright, this isn't going nearly as well as I thought it was going to go. I tried to switch things up by equipping a shitty katana, and that seemed to help a little, but still not what I was expecting. I managed to do some Tetris-styled inventory management, which got me all the way up to 346 weight, so I tried that for a while to see if it improved my results. I think the biggest holdup is the fact that they just go unconscious so fast. I don't know, this whole setup is just super jank, and it's not really doing all that much in terms of results, but I figured I'd give it a full in-game day and see what I could do with it. I did manage to kick one of the bandit's legs clean off of his body, which, for being honest, it's pretty fucking sweet, but it did more harm than good. It was still cool to see happen though. Since we're down to just one bandit while the other is missing a limb and unconscious for the rest of the day, a lot of my time was spent kicking this doofus in the stomach and then putting him back in bed until he woke up, before repeating the process. During one of these fights, the dust bandit quite literally phased through the wall and just started walking away. And I didn't want to piss off Jesus, so I just let him go, accepting my fate. Just kidding, I hunted him down and fought him with a shitty katana until he was practically dead, and then dragged his corpse back to the shack. That evening, another raid came. I left the bandit with a missing leg since he was still incapacitated, but took the other one and moved further down the hill, where we continued training in peace. Once the raid party left, I went back to the shack to find the crippled bandit in practically full health. I mean, obviously he could be better off, but he's almost all green right now. This is huge since I kept kicking them in the chest to knock them out, so the play may be to actually get rid of a leg or two, and then leave them resting in the bed. That way I can farm them without risking an escape. Whenever they were both in comas or needing to recover, I'd simply work on research, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I need a bigger building for a T2 research bench, so I laid blueprints for one, though I doubt I'll get around to it this episode, considering we've spent almost all of it just fucking around with bandits instead of actually getting anything done. This right here is what I was going for. If I line up just right, I can hit both of the bandits at the same time. And so far, I've been able to get my strength up to 23, dex up to 30, and martial arts up to 19. Not amazing by any standard, but still decent progress. By day 19, I was getting bored of this, admittedly, so I did one final training session and then set out for Flats Lagoon. If you're wondering why Flats Lagoon, well, they have a ranger shop there, and I can raid it to stock up on some bolts before heading out to train my crossbow skill. I just now realized I've been doing my objectives in reverse order, but it'll honestly probably work out for the best, since I can hit up Burn's tower at the end and can completely heal up. Along the way to Flats, I came across another way station, so I made a quick pit stop there to see if they had any bolts that they weren't planning on using. Well, turns out they did, but they have this weird tradition of launching them through your skull and limbs instead of just letting you borrow a few packs. Regardless, I was able to escape with around 900 regular bolts that I can use. At least I thought. See, regular bolts can be used with the normal crossbows, but Eagle's crossbows require long bolts, meaning I effectively took a dozen bolts to the head, chest, arm, and leg for literally nothing. Girth wasn't out of the fight yet, though. One of the guards, Plank, had chased him for miles. Initially, I thought this would be a great trial run to see just how far we've progressed, but poor Girth never stood a chance. He got absolutely decimated. I actually don't even think he landed a shot for like the first 45 minutes of the fight. It was that one-sided. He ended up landing a couple shots throughout the fight, but ultimately was left rebooting in the sand. On the bright side, he's a skeleton, and skeletons are able to fully heal to an extent, allowing Girth to be back on the move by late afternoon and arriving at Flats Lagoon by nightfall. I also love that Girth doesn't swim. He simply sinks to the bottom of the water like a pug, and then jogs across the floor. Truly a spectacle to behold. Unfortunately, I forgot that since every faction in the game has a -100 rating with us, they like to greet Girth with a harpoon to the skull every time they see him. How thoughtful of them. Anyway, I was able to break into the ranger shop and grab 3 sets of long bolts, which gives me a total of 150 of them. Ideally, I would have liked to find way more, but considering they were about to put me on the casting couch, I'm just glad I got out alive. Well, almost. One of the guards chased me for a considerable distance, but I have bolts now, so let's try them out. This bow hits like a fucking bus. It only took 4 bolts to put this Shek down, allowing me to snag some armor and a new katana off of him in the process. Anyway, I think I know of a place where I can gather more ammo without having to raid cities like this every time. Throughout the night, I stumbled over an armory ruin which had some skeleton eyes that I thought were cool, but otherwise had nothing of value to me. Welcome to Sniper Valley, home to some of the most vile creatures in all of Kenshi. Random skeletons roam these lands with Eagle's crossbows, hunting anything they can find, and I just came across one of their outposts. As it turns out, this is a police barracks. A bit underwhelming though, considering there's nothing here. Regardless, it's a prime location to fight some sniper bots and walk away with a few extra bolts and maybe a stronger bow if we're lucky. Nearby, I found an old Empire supply outpost. Girth isn't skilled enough to pick the lock, but if the Russians have taught us anything, it's that brute force can usually do the trick. The loot in here is incredible. I managed to find a Model Edge Type 1 blade iron club inside, along with some ration packs that seem to be arguably the best food in the game. While I was checking the place out, I was almost caught by this guy. His name is just 3 question marks, but he's from the Second Empire, and his stats look to be mainly 80s or 90s, meaning I don't want to fuck with him. It wasn't until I snuck upstairs that I saw it though. A masterwork Eagle's crossbow. It's got a higher maximum damage by about 30 points, and about 22 meters of its max range, and has a max reload time of 1 second shorter than the bow I have now. All in all, this thing could very well be one of the most powerful weapons in the game in the right hands. That being said, immediately after I grabbed the bow, I dipped out. The last thing I want to have happen was a potential one-shot just because I overstayed my welcome and got caught off guard. Just to the east of that outpost lies a much more sinister one. I like to call this place Skinwalker Ranch. It's home to a group of skeletons who wear human flesh to pretend to be humans. It's owned and operated by a man known as Savant. These wannabe meatbags are a perfect candidate to try out this new bow on. Unfortunately, as soon as I started firing off rounds, a group of Legion scouts approached and started shooting at both the Skin Bandit and myself. I'm not 100% sure who they're affiliated with or if they have any affiliation at all, but I'm not planning on asking them. First though, I need to deal with this freak. With the Skin Bandit dead, I healed up and turned my attention to the Legion scouts. I don't believe they have Eagle's crossbows, so I have the range advantage there. While in the middle of the shootout, Girth was ambushed by a patrol of Skin Bandits, knocking him unconscious and allowing the Legion scouts to retreat. Girth's right arm is completely destroyed, and his leg isn't too far behind. At this point, I think it's safe to say I need a skeleton bed, and fast. The only problem? Well, Burn's tower is damn near across the entire map. To make matters worse, as Girth was walking to safety, he was ambushed again by both the Legion scouts and the Skin Bandits. Luckily, we were able to somewhat recover and continue our journey back home. Originally, I was planning to farm Leviathans for some easy crossbow XP, but given the current predicament, I think I just need to focus on reaching Burn's tower before any more unexpected surprises come our way. Near midnight, I came across a group of scavengers, seemingly having defeated a sniper bot and black gorilla. I chose to wait until they left the area, then looted the sniper bot for anything of value. There was another lane nearby, but both were stripped clean. Further along the hill, I found a scavenger healing his teammate, so I knocked him out. It looks like these guys carry bows that use heavy bolts, which is something I've never used before in Kenshi. If Girth was in a little better condition, I probably would have taken a bow and tried him out, but given that we're in a do or die mode, I don't want to risk anything. By around 1 AM on day 21, I had made it back to the police barracks and decided to hide out in one of the buildings until Girth's leg was healed up enough to run again. This is going to take a while though, since I'm just sitting here waiting for it to slowly tick up. There's no bed or anything that'll help it recover faster, I've just gotta be patient. After spending a good 12 hours or so just sitting around staring at a wall, Girth's leg was healed up enough for him to run again at close to full speed. Of course, that's before you take into account the amount of shit we have stored in our backpack, which is slowing us down considerably. Our right arm is healed up enough to use again though, which I didn't think was possible without a skeleton bed, but I'll take it. That being said, we have some friends with us. I swear, if it isn't big black gorilla beasts, it's killer goats. Did I mention they run faster than me too? To compensate, I had to shed weight, starting with the old Eagle's Cross. When that wasn't enough, I started dropping bolts and repair kits until I was finally able to gain the upper hand and slowly begin outrunning them. Even with that though, the goats proceeded to chase me for a good 3 or 4 hours. By around midnight on day 22, I'd made it all the way back to Flats Lagoon. This is steady progress, and I'm getting Girth up to 28 miles an hour after moving his weapons to his backpack instead of carrying them on his person. We still have a ways to go, but we're covering ground fast. By sunrise, we'd made it through the swamp and onto the plains of the border zone. And by 8:30, we'd made it back to Schitt's Creek. After spending a few hours playing Tetris with the research bench inventory, I finally sorted my gear and set off for Burn's tower. The path to it will take us through the heart of the Holy Nation Empire, so I can only imagine this will be a delightful trip. Funny enough, instead of taking that route, Girth went off course and ended up taking a detour all the way into the Foglands. I'm not sure what possessed him to go this route, but it was a nice trip down memory lane. You know, if a nice trip was witnessing Pale Hivers cannibalize their enemies. They even tried to attack Girth, but luckily he's got that masterwork bow that one-shots these demons. I mean, he can also run damn near 40 miles an hour, so I'm sure that helps as well. A lot of this journey felt eerily similar to the escape I'd made as a measly torso, just a month prior. Passing through Obedience was unsettling to say the least. It feels more like a graveyard for ancient mechs than anything,
The entire landscape is littered with these extraordinarily massive skeletons all laying half buried in the sands. Then you finally get out of there, only to be greeted with these floating robot squid things that look like the droids that Anakin and Obi-Wan land on when they're fighting on Mustafar. The regions in Kenshi continue to amaze me the more I explore the map. It's truly remarkable just how much lore is jam-packed into the surrounding scenery. Along the road, I found this abandoned tower that had some loot in it too. Aside from the ancient science books, I managed to also find some locked weapons crates and chests on the second floor that I spent most of the rest of the day attempting to lockpick. One of which was holding a higher quality ninja blade that I kept for myself. There's a safe here that Girth isn't skilled enough to pick yet, so we'll have to come back to this one day in the future, but for now, it's on to Burns. Unfortunately, Burns' tower wasn't abandoned. I mean, that should be obvious considering the guy's name is Burn and this is his tower. Normally this wouldn't be that big of a deal, but he was immediately hostile towards me, and I'm not playing around anymore. This may have been the first circumstance where Girth was in complete control of a fight from start to finish. I mean, he barely took a hit. After about an hour of fighting, Girth finally dropped Burn, but offered mercy after seeing he wasn't a real threat to him. We even repaired him and saved his life, considering his chest was practically caved in. That being said, as soon as Burn was able to, he stood up and charged Girth again. This fight went about the same, with the end result being Burn lying in the mud, slowly fading into nothing. This time, however, there would be no mercy, and Girth left Burn to die as he headed into the tower. I spent a good hour or so just looting the skeleton repair kits from all these bins, slowly working my way up to the second floor where the research bench sat. That was when I was struck with an idea. If the research bench is powered by the wind turbine, I could effectively farm Burn for some easy combat. Luckily, he wasn't dead yet, and Girth was able to kidnap him and bring him inside the tower. Everything was going according to plan. Until I set him down and then he literally phased through the floor, disappearing into the void. Seriously, I have no idea what happened to him. He just sunk into the floor and I never saw him after that. Oh, I came all this way. It'd be a shame to let this skeleton bed go to waste. First things first, we need to find a Beak Thing. I know they roam around Shem, but there's also some packs that like to hang out around the high villages in the west, and since that's way closer to my outpost than Shem, I figured I'll start there. Since Burn's tower is abandoned now that Burn transcended into the Shadow Realm, I'm planning to use that as a safe space to recover at whenever Girth inevitably gets his circuitry ripped apart. Almost as soon as he made it out of Mongrel, Girth was approached by some hungry bandits. Now normally I'd just keep running since I have the speed of 45 Kenyans, but this was a great time to try out my new bow on a human target instead of a knockoff Wally for once. Yeah, this is gonna be a good time. After seeing their leader get 360 YY no-scoped, the rest of the bandits immediately fled, which was kind of a bummer, but also, I mean, come on, who's gonna be able to withstand shots from this thing once my dexterity is boosted up? Anyway, there's some scrawny cannibals in the area, but as we figured out from the start, they don't seem all that interested in Girth, instead focusing on the larger, bigger targets, which is hurtful but understandable. I do think it's funny that all the scrawny cannibals look like ants if you zoom out though. I'm getting sidetracked, so back to hunting for Beak Things. Some Garus eventually aggroed onto me, but they're not worth it, so I just continued running. And good thing I did, because I ran right past a Beak Thing. And it's all alone, too. It took a few bolts, but Girth was able to put this thing down relatively easily. The only problem is that I don't have a med kit on me, so I can't stop the bleeding and keep it alive. Luckily for us, Girth has super strength and can just palm this thing by the neck. Alright, in all honesty, this was hilarious to watch for me. Like, just look at this thing ragdolling behind him, with a gorilla in pursuit no less, and Girth's just like, nah, gotta get back home. If I speed up time, the Beak Thing just starts bugging out because the game just can't keep up with the amount of cells loading and unloading constantly, and I love it so much. I was able to make it home before sunset, and immediately got to work moving a sleeping bag outside and healing up the Beak Thing. It's in a blood loss KO at the moment with minus 232 blood, so we've got some time to kill. Of course, as soon as we got back, Girth was immediately attacked by dust bandits, so that gave me something to do while we waited for the Beak Thing to recover. This time, however, things went a little differently. See, I don't have a junk bow hitting for 3 damage anymore. I have a Masterwork Eagle's Cross that hits for around 150 damage, meaning these guys drop like flies. In total, it took just over an hour and 5 dead bandits before they decided to retreat. Now, all I need to do is wait for the Beak Thing to recover, and it'll take a day or so, but that's fine. There's no shortage of work to be done around the camp. I still need to build out the storm house up the hill, so that's what I focused on. By late afternoon on the following day, our Beak Thing finally recovered enough to be normal again. Not sure what normal means for a Beak Thing, but it's good enough for me. After partaking in some Tetris-level inventory management, I was able to get my weight all the way up to 404, which gets me to 92% encumbrance, and if I pick up a dead bandit, it jumps a whopping 1% up to 93. All that's left to do now is reload the save, and we should be good to go. Alright, things are progressing way faster than whatever we were getting with the bandits last time around. It looks like it's just stuck on the bed, which is great for us since it can't attack. I'm still running into the same problem as last time though, where I'm only targeting its stomach, so I'm knocking it out incredibly fast. No one tell PETA though, I don't want them doxing me because I kidnapped Littlefoot from the Land Before Time. On the bright side, it looks like the Beak Thing still gets the healing bonus from using the sleeping bag, so it only takes around 2 hours or so for it to heal back up to a reasonable state, and I can just keep mining iron during that time to continue stacking weight. Since I've got the attention span of a goldfish, I was playing Retro Bowl while waiting for the Beak Thing and didn't even notice that Girth was hanging out on the casting couch instead of mining. When the bandits were finished with him, he simply got back up, fixed himself up, and took out his repressed rage on the Beak Thing yet again. We're up over 10 levels in martial arts at this point, and about 2 or 3 in strength. I don't even know what my dex was, but it looks like we're doing really well so far, which is very reassuring to me. That afternoon, I swapped over to the shitty katana so that I could work on my melee attack and katana skills some more. One fight brought me up 3 levels in katanas and about 5 in melee attack, so I'm going to continue this through the night and see what I can get up to. Whenever the Beak Thing would get low on blood, too, I would just swap out the katana for some MMA training so that it didn't fall into a blood loss coma again. For shits and giggles, I even tried out a saber since I had no XP with them, and managed to get up to level 8 before I had to hide from another bandit attack. Unfortunately, the bandits aggroed onto the Beak Thing and dropped it into another coma, which really sucked, but it is what it is. I'm not sure what I was thinking early on here either, and I'm glad I came to my senses sooner than later. I just spent 2 days doing nothing but training combat, and now I finally had a chance to try it out. I used the Eagle's Cross to take out a few enemies before switching to martial arts, and good god, Girth is going to be unstoppable. I can use martial arts to take out practically anyone, and then use the bow to hit any of the archers or retreating enemies. It's the perfect combo. After the battle, I looted some of the toothpick bolts off the dead crossbowman. I'm going to use them to train on the Beak Thing once it's recovered a bit. And while training some more, Girth was attacked by a pack of Garu and, looking back, came way closer to death than I originally realized. Luckily, I took a page out of the Dust Bandit book of phasing through walls and was able to heal up unnoticed. Alright, so here's my plan. If I try to level crossbows by shooting the Beak Thing, it's gonna take forever since it'll keep going unconscious. But if I build something to put in front of it, I'll be able to level up quickly without actually doing damage to it. Since I don't want to waste all this time building things right now, I figure I can just stand behind this iron node and hopefully just fire arrows into it. That being said, it'll have to be a time where I'm not getting absolutely dominated by a lone bone dog. God, I love this bow. As it turns out, you can't use a bow on a Beak Thing like this in its current state. It sucks, but it's not the end of the world by any means. We'll just need to figure out another way to level. And as I said that, a perfect opportunity presented itself. After dealing with the hungry bandits, I kidnapped one, moved the sleeping bag outside next to the rock, and made plans to try the same method on him once he recovered. Alright, I'm over this plan. Time for plan B. Naturally, we'll need to stock up on some bolts before we head on our way though. It's crazy to think that most of my day was spent hunting for Leviathans, which is hilarious when you consider just how massive they are. While scouting the area, I came across a group camp ran by the Reavers. Initially, the fight was going well, but the longer it went on, the worse things got. After about an hour or so of fighting, Girth took damage to his left leg, leaving him with no way to escape. With that in mind, I chose to go down fighting. After knocking him unconscious, the Reavers enslaved Girth. There was actually a really cool exchange with one of the guards where he gave this big speech about how this is the start of a revolution and this is Girth's chance to prove himself and all that, but as soon as he walked away, I just broke out and made a run for it. As I was escaping, I noticed they'd taken my masterwork Eagle's Cross, so without a second thought, I proceeded to swap out of ranged combat and let Girth start literally kicking the shit out of everyone in the camp. After spending a few hours looping around the camp, I realized that one of the downed enemies was holding onto my crossbow. So I looted it off of him and sprinted out into the hills to make some necessary repairs. We have the advantage here, since Girth can heal much faster than any of the Reaver soldiers. The big issue, though, is that they can spot me from the guard tower before I get close enough, so any fight is going to end up tripping the entire camp. With that being said, it looks like the slaves are trying to revolt, so it's only right that we give them a hand. Unfortunately, I forgot that literally everyone hates Girth, so even when you free the slaves, well, they still attack you alongside their captors. This is the last time I ever try to help anyone. Also, they took my bow again. Now, luckily for Girth, he has 100 stealth when crawling, which makes it practically impossible to be seen by anyone. The guard with the Eagle's Cross is at the gate with everyone else, so it looks like the only way to get back is to kick shit off again. There's still a decent portion of the camp to get through, so I chose to spend my day doing that, since it's way more fun than just shooting Leviathans. By around noon, most of the camp was dead, with a few more bleeding out. As I walked out the front gate, however, I noticed reinforcements making their way over. I thought about engaging them, and even took a few of the slaves down with the Eagle's Cross, but it just didn't seem worth it. I'd made my point. On a positive note, Girth's crossbow skill is almost up to 30 now, so we've made substantial progress in the past few days here. Now, originally I was going to exclude this portion of the scene since I got absolutely shit-stomped, but I ended up getting into a duel with a sniper bot, and he completely fucked me up. To add insult to injury, he also protected Girth from land bats while he healed up, which I thought was just the biggest cucking since Adam 22. That being said, I figured it was only right for Girth to return the favor once the sniper bot fell to the land bats. It may have taken several days of hunting and multiple side quests, but I finally came across a Leviathan while on my way home and just couldn't pass up the opportunity. So, enjoy this farming montage. Turns out it's pretty easy to kill these fuckers if you just pin them between some trees. The hardest part wasn't even the Leviathans, it was escaping the drifters who would just randomly show up and start attacking me. For those of you wondering how effective this is as a training method, well, it may have taken around 10 hours to kill the damn thing, but Girth's crossbow skill went from 30 to 42. We also get these cool Leviathan pearls that we can either keep as a trophy or sell. This whole process is very similar to trophy hunting, but instead of a lion or something cool like that, it's a walking tumor the size of a small town. That being said, I'm going to try to find one more to hopefully get my crossbow up to 50 before heading home. Well, this wasn't a Leviathan, I did stumble onto the world's shittiest Pokemon fight between some Garu and Beak Things. I didn't want to stick around to see who won though, so I just started sprinting in the other direction. This ended up working out great though, since I walked right into a second Leviathan and used that to farm out a few more crossbow levels. By around 6 AM the following morning, I'd officially run out of bolts, though I was able to get crossbows up to 48, which should be more than enough for now. Sadly, I won't be able to grab another Leviathan pearl, but the levels were well worth the amount of bolts I went through. The journey home was relatively quiet for once. I didn't come across any bandit groups or anything like that. Actually, the only stop I made throughout the entire run was at the way station in order to get some more bolts. That being said, I never shy away from a fight with the way station guards, simply because they tend to carry some pretty decent gear. Outside of that, I made it back to Schitt's Creek that evening. We're running into a storage problem though. My research bench is completely full and my thieves backpack is loaded. Since I don't have anywhere else to continue hoarding my junk, I placed blueprints for a general storage chest and got to work making some building materials. If I'm being completely honest here, I've been severely neglecting this outpost, so I figured it's time to put in some work on it. I don't need anything crazy since this isn't going to be a permanent home, but I do want to get a working skeleton bed and maybe some prisoner cages so we can start recruiting some helpers. Now that everything's all sorted correctly, it's time to become blue collar. We're going to need at least 32 stones since it's 2 stone per building material, so Girth grabbed a monster, popped a Leonard Zinnard, and got to work. Seeing as we're operating at a whopping 13% efficiency, I think it may be time to bring on an extra hand. Now, the way I'm used to going about that is by either paying 3,000 to 6,000 cats and hiring on help, or forced freedom via caging and converting my enemies. But there is another way, or at least one recruit that I can get for free. Nearby lies the Dust King outpost. Inside said outpost is a dope by the name of Cat, who will join up with you once you free him. To do that though, we'll need to fight through a few dozen dust bandits, but seeing as we've been doing that since we first built this outpost, I don't think it'll be much of a problem. Girth arrived at the tower just after midnight, and after picking the lock in the gate, was able to sneak into the grounds. It looks like they're all getting ready for the world's lamest slumber party, so I decided to just wait a bit longer for them to fall asleep before sneaking in. A good thing Girth spent his youth perfecting the Naruto run, made famous at the battle for Area 51 some years ago. Utilizing this form, he was able to sneak past most of the bandits, even killing a guard and looting the armor for Cat. Good thing Girth is so good at sneaking because as soon as he let Cat out, he charged one of the bandits, immediately undoing all of the work Girth just did to get here. Let me paint the picture. There are currently 3 floors up on a tower with at least 15 bandits below them. So I had Cat make a run for it while Girth got to put his martial arts skills on display. The only issue here is that no matter how much damage Girth can do, he can't prevent Cat from just getting jumped by the other squads guarding the front door. He can, however, brute force his way through, pick up Cat, and escape with him, killing any of the bandits who were stupid enough to give chase. I mean, it also helped that a group of hungry bandits was passing through and decided to pick a fight with the dust bandits, but that's not how I'm choosing to remember this. He kinda sucks at everything, like arguably worse than Beep, having several stats in the negatives to start, but at least we can just throw him on the stone processor or in the stone mines and he'll work until he drops. Actually, speaking of Beep, in all honesty, I completely forgot that Mongrel f***ing hates my guts. I actually went unspotted for longer than I thought I would, but there was no way I was going to be able to keep this up forever. I did come up with a pretty half-decent idea though. There's a Fogman camp nearby, so after aggroing literally the entire city, I baited them down into a battle against the Fogmen, allowing me to run back up to the city with minimal resistance. Having finally made it back and gotten a good chance to scout out the city, Beep isn't here, which means he likely got killed by Fogmen when I first passed through almost 30 days ago. It's a bummer for sure, but there isn't much that can be done without importing the save again. I don't really feel like doing that, so rip Beep. Girth's pretty beaten down again though, and since we're in the neighborhood, we might as well make a quick pit stop at Burn's Tower before heading home. Oh, I almost forgot about the safe from the ruins near Burn's Tower too, but I managed to pick the lock on it since my lockpicking has improved significantly. Inside, I found a specialist grade spring bat, which uses heavy bolts along with some skeleton components and a high grade swamp mask. Anyway, I made it to Burn's Tower that evening, and after a quick rest on the repair bench, began making my way back to Schitt's Creek, fully repaired and ready to party. While Girth made his way back to the outpost, a Shek war party made themselves at home in it. Initially, Cat was able to avoid detection, getting his stealth up to level 29 before finally being spotted. And unfortunately, once they spot you, it's over. I'm not sure how he even managed to survive this, but he did. I mean, he's gonna need one of those scooters that Jimmy from South Park rides around in, but he is alive. As soon as Girth made it back, the pair was attacked by a group of hungry bandits again. At first glance, it didn't look too good, but as soon as Girth put his sword away, it was over. There's nothing more satisfying to me than watching a character just drop 4 enemies in one move. Dude's literally the robotic Karate Kid. Oh, and Cat managed to survive as well, so all in all, not a bad start to the day. As soon as he can walk again, we'll get him back on the stone processor. Well, we technically doubled production with 2 of them on it. I mean, the max is only 40%, so 26 isn't that bad. It's bad. Of course, though, as soon as we started working, another raid kicked off. In this case, Girth fired first and took out the war leader before he even finished his speech. Kinda kicked the door out from under him. Get it? Because he's missing a leg? Anyway, after that, all it took was a few more bandits to go down, whether by bolt or sword, and it didn't really seem to matter. To send a message, Girth took a few shots at the retreating enemies, only to land what might be the best shot I've ever had a character hit in my time playing Kenshi. Like, seriously, just massive damage at like, what, 200 plus meters? If this was what it's like at level 49, I can't wait to see what 75 and 90 are like. Anyway, with the raid done, it was back to processing stone. Or at least I thought. You'd think these guys would get the hint at some point, right? This one was pretty quick, even though they brought like 20 guys to the fight. Because I aggroed them so early, they didn't actually really know what to do, and didn't seem to acknowledge Cat at all, which was great. After about an hour or so, they kind of just got bored and went home, allowing us to finally get to work on the outpost. Thankfully, we were able to spend most of day 35 working uninterrupted. I say most because at the end of the day, a group of triangle bandits got into it with some escaped servants, which spilled over into our yellow tape, forcing Girth to slaughter all of them while Cat bled out in the corner. By the afternoon on day 36, we'd finally wrapped up construction on the storm house. Now for the fun part. We still need building materials for things like storage, but we need 10 iron plates for the research bench, which means it's back to the rebel outpost. When the outpost didn't have anything, I hit up the hub, and when the hub didn't have anything, I ran all the way back to Squin. Initially, all the shops were closed, like they heard Girth's thick ass was coming to town and they shut everything down, but after leaving and re-entering the city, the general goods store had opened up and I was able to run in and grab some supplies. During that escapade, Cat was attacked and knocked out by what I'm assuming was a bandit group. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he got up, he was knocked back out because half of Squin decided they wanted to follow Girth back to Schitt's Creek. I found the best way to deal with this is to simply let them pummel you into the ground and get their anger out of their system, and then they'll just walk away, leaving you for dead. With Cat in yet another coma, Girth was able to build out the T2 research bench and begin studying wind turbines and T3 research. I'll need a wind generator to power the base without having to farm biofuel, so we'll do that first and then use the turbine to power everything else, similar to how Burn had it set up at his tower. First things first, we have a basic wind turbine that's powering our T3 research bench. We have most of the extra stuff learned already, but I still need things like batteries, electrical crafting, tech level 4, and imprisonment, all of which are going to be vital to getting us out of debt, which, if you couldn't tell already, we've clearly been making a dent in. It's definitely been our primary focus the entire time here. Anyway, we need electrical crafting to unlock skeleton repair beds, but there's something more important that we need first, and that's engineering research, which you can either buy or find at some ancient research facility ruins across the map. Considering our predicament, we'll be forced to take the second approach. Cat will be staying at the outpost. I gave him a Leonard Zinnard and some bush light, so he should be pretty happy for a while. As for Girth, well, it's time to hit the road. One of these ancient research facilities can be found on an island to the west, so I set that as our first target. We only really need 2 engineering research to unlock skeleton repair beds, but obviously the more the merrier. The one thing I do really love about skeletons, aside from not having to watch the hunger rate, is the fact that they just tank acid rain. Like, 0 damage gets done to them. It's such a nice change of pace from what I'm used to, and I'm just dreading going back to the alternative. Thank God for robotic limbs though, because being able to traverse the map in 4 hours is incredible. Girth was able to reach the coast by that afternoon and began quote-unquote swimming towards the ruins. This is another Kenshi gem. The skeletons don't swim, they just kind of walk on the seafloor like the skeletons in Pirates of the Caribbean. The first one, not the coked out fever dreams that the later installments brought. Initially, I didn't have much luck, but after an hour of searching, I managed to find a chest containing 3 engineering research, a new katana that's way stronger than what I'm rocking, and 5 more skeleton repair kits. Now, I probably don't need those, but it's better to have an abundance of healing items and not need them than to need them and not have them, in my opinion. I found another engineering research next to the first chest, but that was really it. The remaining chests had a few weapons like polearms and metal sticks to swing around, and I'm not all interested in those. With a total of 4 engineering research in hand, Girth began making his way back to Schitt's Creek. Ideally, he'd be able to get home the same day and could spend the night researching. I've also kind of decided that I don't want to just keep cheesing my way out of basic shit by stealing things. I feel like that kind of takes away from the sentiment a bit, and if you can just take whatever you need, so going forward, I'm only going to steal things I can't work around. When it comes to supplies, I'm planning to make the rest myself since I can now craft iron plates and building materials. The only items I see myself stealing in the future are different robotic limbs or maybe some more repair kits or backpacks, but even then, it feels like anywhere I loot has some type of medical supplies sitting in it. Anyway, he didn't make it back that day, but Girth managed to reach Schitt's Creek just after midnight on day 42. As soon as he reached the research bench, he dumped the engineering research in and added skeleton repair beds to the queue. From there, he spent the entire night wiggling his hands over the bench, waiting for something amazing to happen. It's worth noting that the bench is only operating at about 64% efficiency due to the lack of wind reaching the turbine, but anything is better than nothing, I suppose. That being said, as soon as the sun rose, efficiency shot up to 95%, which is the cap, so I was happy with that. This is gonna take some time though. There's well over a day of research to get through, especially considering that tech level 4 is 10 hours by itself. The big one I'm looking at is imprisonment though. That's what's gonna fix our relationship with some of these factions. I'll talk more about that in a bit though. For now, I'm just gonna speed through this portion and I'll see you all when our research is completed. Well, howdy. It's been about 2 days, but we've managed to knock out pretty much everything we needed to. There's obviously some more shit we could research, but we'll focus on that another time. Since it's almost nightfall, I placed a few blueprints for a prisoner cage and a skeleton repair bed. These blueprints cost a total of 9 iron plates, 5 electrical components, and 2 copper. I have the electrical components and some of the iron plates, but we'll need to grab the rest still. Since I have an iron processor now, the plan is pretty simple. Over the course of the night, Girth and Cat were able to gather 2 copper and the 9 or so iron plates needed to build up the skeleton bed and the prisoner cage. Now for the cheese. If we want to start making progress towards repairing relations with the world's most important factions, we'll need to first imprison them. Only after caging our enemies can we force them to love us, starting with the tech hunters. Why the tech hunters first? Well, it's all part of a larger plan. See, tech hunters control Flats Lagoon, and we're gonna need to use and abuse Flats Lagoon if we want to get out of this billion-dollar deficit. Initially, I was going to ignore this, but I feel like we've gone a considerable amount of time without some combat, so here's Girth kicking the absolute shit out of some wannabe karate kids called the Guerrilla Bandits. Hell, I'll even throw in some land bat and boneyard wolf action, so here you go. Alright, on to Flats Lagoon. What am I doing here? These guys hate us. Well, that's precisely why we're here. See, I need a tech hunter to test out my new prisoner cages. After a relatively short battle with a group of tech hunters, Girth was able to incapacitate and kidnap Lif. I did get some pretty instant karma though after stopping to take out the sole Guerrilla Bandit who survived our previous engagement. As soon as Girth dropped him, he was mauled by some boneyard wolves that actually almost killed him. Anyway, Girth managed to make it home by early morning on day 45, and after placing Lif in the cage, disarmed them of their belongings. These included things like specialist-grade samurai pants, high-grade plate jackets, rattan hat, and shirt, along with a pretty garbage saber. All that's left to do now is wait and try out the new skeleton repair bed. It took most of the morning, but Lif finally woke up from their coma, which means we can get to work. By talking to Lif, we can ask them to increase our standing with their faction. This boosts our relations by 10 points for each conversation. After only an hour of this method, the tech hunters were no longer hostile towards us, and by noon, they were officially our first allies. At this point, I decided to recruit Lif, as we'll need a considerable amount of bodies in the future. Lif ended up being a fantastic addition. Just look at their stats. An absolute unit for us. With that being said, I queued up some more research for us to prep for the next objective. I'm going to have Lif focus on that, while Girth goes to hit up some more ancient libraries to gather ancient science books and engineering research. After half a day of travel, Girth reached an ancient lab guarded by security spiders. Luckily for us, Girth has built up some pretty solid skill with a bow, so dealing with the spiders is as simple as running loops around the exterior platform and winging shots at the spiders until they drop. These guys come with AI cores, electrical components, and iron plates, all of which are extremely useful to us. The rest of the day was spent fighting several more security spiders and looting them for their AI cores. By around 1 AM on day 46, 5 security spiders lay dead outside of the ruins, and the loot room was fully accessible. Most of the locked chests contained things like medical supplies and general loot, but the ancient safe had 7 ancient science books and 8 generator cores. Since these cores are so heavy and I have a very limited inventory space, I left 5 of the cores there. There was also a locked safe that I was unable to open since Girth didn't have the required lockpicking skill, so I just made a note and sent Girth back to base. By mid-morning, Girth had made it home and dumped the AI cores and ancient science books into the research bench, which allowed the group to begin researching on harpoon turrets. There's still a ton of supplies that need to be gathered via manual labor, so I'll let Lif and Kat continue to make progress on that. What we need now is manpower. Well, maybe not manpower. What we really need is more like robotic slavery. To do this, I sent Girth to Venge. You'll see why shortly. I also placed a blueprint for another prisoner cage so that we can double up production. After a day of searching, Girth managed to find a group of weak thrall roaming around. This is huge for us, since we can just knock out and kidnap the robots, bring them back to Schitt's Creek, and then convert them to our cause. Because of this, I grabbed Kat and Lif and sent them over to Girth to carry a few of the robots back. While waiting for backup, Girth got a good taste of the shithole that is Venge, coming in the form of God Ray death beams from the stars. Regardless, Girth was able to kidnap 1 thrall and drop 2 others, keeping them alive until Kat and Lif arrived the following morning. Unfortunately, almost as soon as they reached Girth, all hell broke loose. They were ambushed by 2 groups of weak thrall who were able to swarm Lif and Kat, leaving only Girth standing to face them. That being said, we just spent like 40 days molding him into a John Wick-esque robot, so I wasn't really all that worried. On the bright side, once the battle wrapped up, Kat and Lif were able to recover, allowing the group to kidnap 3 of the fallen thrall to bring back with them. The only downside? Well, Lif and Kat can barely walk, so it looks like we'll be taking up shelter in the nearby way station ruins while they heal. We don't have any sleeping bags, so it's just going to be a waiting game for now. Almost a full day after the battle, Kat was strong enough to leave on his own, so I sent him and Girth back to Schitt's Creek. Naturally, as soon as he left, someone called in an orbital strike on him, almost completely obliterating Kat as he set foot out of the ruins. I chose to keep Lif here for another day since one of their legs was still in the negatives and it didn't really make much sense to try and get them to limp back home at this time. Honestly, in the time it's taken, I probably could have just had Girth run 3 different thrall back, but where's the fun in that? I have no idea how it happened, but Kat was also knocked unconscious on his way home, losing the weak thrall in the process. Oh, and the weak throw that Lif was carrying also died at some point. Overall, just an absolute shit show of a trip. Honestly, it'd be fitting if this is the way Kat goes out. Lovely. Well, with Kat dead and Lif dying in the sand, I just had Girth run his thrall back to Schitt's Creek. I figure worst case, I can just amass an army of robots and just slowly build that up. Best case, Lif can make it back to safety. With the thrall safely locked away, Girth got to work peacefully negotiating an alliance and not at all holding the poor weak thrall hostage until the deal was completed. Once the alliance was forged, I moved the weak thrall into the stone mines and sent Girth out to retrieve Lif. Girth will have to move quickly though, since Lif just passed out and is being eaten alive. Even at 40 miles an hour, he's not fast enough to save Lif. Meaning, in an attempt to start a robot army, it cost us the 2 humans on our team. When Girth finally did make it to Lif's body, all that remained was a pond of blood. With nothing left to lose, it's back to farming for weak thrall. Since we're now allies with the thrall masters, we don't even need to incapacitate these guys. We can literally just pick one of them up and run them back to base. They're not even hostile towards me anymore, so it makes the entire process just so much easier to work with. The biggest hurdle at this point is just constantly having to deal with Girth getting lost or stuck in the mountains of the border zone whenever he makes his way home. After recruiting a second Thrall, we were attacked by a Shek war party. Normally, I'd have everyone hide and wait it out, but now that we have prisoner cages, it only makes sense to ally with these beasts. Took a few well-placed shots and an over-reliance on toughness, but Girth managed to take out a few of the Sheks and bring one back to the cages. Now all that's left to do is wait until it recovers from its coma and we can get started on the alliance negotiations. To compensate for the fact that we had a Shek sleeping in one of those cages, we built out the second cage before continuing our mission to gather up more weak Thrall. Over the next several days, I mainly focused on capturing as many weak Thrall as possible. I even developed a system where I'd send a weak Thrall to meet up with Girth at a crossroads so that he could deliver one and then get back to hunting as quickly as possible. The best part is that dust bandits like to hang out here, so I even get to get some pretty clean shots in with the crossbow every once in a while, just to keep things from getting too boring. During all of this, the Shek warrior finally woke up, so we were able to forge an alliance with them before letting him head home. One of the greatest benefits of allying with the Sheks is the fact that whenever a raid starts making its way to our base, a Shek war party will show up to help defend it. It works out great for situations like this where Girth is away, so all my Thralls are in danger. After the fight wrapped up, I recruited 2 more Thralls and then grabbed one of the Paladins and threw him in the prisoner cage until we worked out a way to end hostilities brought on by the Holy Nation. At least for now. In total, we managed to add 10 weak Thrall to the team. I felt that that was sufficient for what we needed them for, and at this point, I think it's time to start making a dent in our 999,997,459 cats the good old-fashioned way. Drugs. Currently, we have 66 building materials and 39 iron plates. Considering we don't have the funds to purchase some pack animals, the next best thing is these guys. They're all busy mining though, so while they continue to stockpile resources, I sent Girth out to find us some backpacks to carry everything in. Before that though, want to watch Girth take on a patrol of hungry bandits using nothing but his fists? What a god. As soon as he made it to Squin, Girth was approached by a random Shek looking to start some shit. I've never seen this happen before, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a ton of nearby Shek warriors came over and just jumped the guy, knocked him out, and then just took him away, never to be seen again. On my first run, I was able to steal 5 wooden backpacks, which allow you to stack resources in them. Remember when I did that with iron like an hour ago? Good times, good times. Look how far we've come. Anyway, this is all to distract you from the fact that Girth was seen while leaving, which ended the alliance with us and the tech hunters. No big deal though, we'll just need to capture another and throw him in one of our cages until they reconsider. Naturally, as soon as I was wrapping up, a group of triangle bandits came over to start some shit as well. I thought this was pretty funny, but I love that the Shek guards waited until there were like 2 bandits left before coming to assist. Like, they just sat back there the whole time watching Girth take on 6 contestants from Skid Row and only decided to come help after the fight was practically over. Alright, well, as soon as we got home, I realized that this tech hunter was a mercenary and I can't talk to him for some reason. So I did the only reasonable thing I could think of. It's alright though, it just means we'll need to go kidnap another from Flats Lagoon or something. I don't know, we'll figure it out later. In the meantime, it's back to Squin for round 2. Alright, everyone's got bags now. Even this guy. They didn't have enough wooden backpacks, so he got the large backpack, which is meant for, I don't know, carrying things. Large is a bit of an understatement though, if I do say so myself. You know, most people actually prefer the normal average size backpacks. They're pretty reliable and tend to get the job done. With the team all geared up, it's time to pick out our next outpost location. Out in Shem, there's some big puddles of water. We can use those to build an off-brand RimWorld kill box by forcing our enemies to swim through said puddle to reach us. If we wall off the rest of the land, we can use that to build out our plantations. A better player would have made this symmetrical and fully planned out everything that you need to deal with the growing pains of this land. But I'm not that guy, so this is what we ended up with. Regardless, we're going to need like 60 or 70 building materials, a ton of copper and iron plates, and that's not even accounting for any of the interior objects where the battery banks will need to build out. Before leaving the blueprints, I renamed it something generic to throw off any suspicions as to what it might be. Since we're in the neighborhood, Girth swung by Flats Lagoon real quick to grab another tech hunter for negotiations. After getting back to Schitt's Creek, I loaded up most of the thralls and prepped to head out, all before realizing that I needed some copper for the wind turbines, so I set a few thrall onto mining. In the meantime, we'll need to get some hemp to research how to farm it, so I sent Girth off to the only place where I know I can get some. See, if they would have changed the name of their outpost to something more secretive, like ours, no one would even know they have a hemp here. Aside from having to get around the security spider, the whole process was super easy. There's hemp just sitting in barrels inside some of the buildings, so it was really just as simple as walking in, grabbing the hemp, and then running home. Back at Schitt's Creek, we can dump the hemp into the research bench and start learning how to grow things in the ground. Once that was taken care of, we met with the tech hunters and formed an alliance. All that's left to do now is get the fuck out of here. Well, sorta. We still have a shit ton of research to work through, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send all the thrall out to start building the wall, as the Texans say, and in the meantime, Girth's gonna hang out here and study things like liberal arts and how to increase killing capacity of harpoon turrets, you know, basic college stuff. Anyway, the thrall managed to make it partially down the hill before getting absolutely decimated by a pack of Garu. The only lasting impact from this is that one of the thrall lost their right arm, so, you know, no more Girth things, I guess. That being said, look at these little guys go. Well, again, you know, for a few minutes until they were attacked by dust bandits. And at this point, I just sent Girth out to get the thrall over to our new outpost, since apparently they can't figure out how to stay out of trouble. I will say, it's pretty hilarious to me watching these thrall get shit stomped, but then Girth can just come in and take on the entire bandit patrol while carrying a thrall on his back. before midnight on day 59, we managed to get our entire group to our new not a drug farm outpost. First things first, I removed all previous jobs and set these guys to just be engineers for a bit. While that's going on, I sent Girth back to Schitt's Creek to continue research. Of course, as soon as Girth left, the weak Thrall were ambushed by a pretty large patrol of hungry bandits. Since they are in fact weak Thrall, the fight was actually pretty close, with only 2 or 3 Thralls still standing at the end of the engagement. Because of this, I sent Girth back yet again to heal up some of the Thrall, as well as deal with some members of the Band of Bones who were just dicking around near me for some reason. For like the 3rd time, as soon as Girth left, another group of bandits showed up, leading to another fight. They won this one pretty easily though, so at least there's some improvement. By late afternoon, we were fully out of building materials, and to make matters worse, a pack of Garu came running through, knocking everyone out. I thought about leaving the group there and just sending a few Thrall back to keep stacking building materials, but considering everyone out here hates us and we suck at fighting, it was safer to make the trek back to Schitt's Creek than just sit here in the desert. Keeping everything consistent, the weak Thrall were attacked by a group of triangle bandits while I was typing this up. I was gonna skip the whole portion since it was just more grinding, but there was a pretty large battle that took place on the morning of day 61 that I just had to include here. Basically, 2 raids triggered at the same time, consisting of Dust Bandits and Triangle Bandits. This was by far the largest battle of the entire playthrough so far, so I felt the compulsive need to include it here. Then, as that clusterfuck was wrapping up, a squad of hungry bandits roamed in, making this a giant free-for-all. I mean, it didn't help that all the Thralls were on the ground like 30 minutes into the fight, but Girth held his own and it was a ton of fun to watch. I tried to incorporate a good mix of katana and martial arts. Really, the only thing missing was a few well-placed crossbow shots, but Girth's backpack was in the house, so he didn't have any bolts on him. After the fight was finished, the big focus was getting everyone healed up. These Thrall have been through hell the past few days, and all of them needed repairs desperately. So that's just what we did. While Girth continued focusing on research, the Thrall each took turns in the skeleton repair bed until we were all fully healed and ready to party. All that's left to do now is research, and good God, we've got a ton of it to get through. After 4 days of doing nothing but staring at a table, we're finally ready to hit the road. This time, hopefully for good. I have all of the Thralls moving at a shared speed, but have Girth just following behind them in case we run into any bandits. In the event that this does happen, and make no mistake it will, I'll just have Girth talk to them about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ while the rest of the group continues on their journey. Aside from a few run-ins with some slavers and a couple dust bandits, the trek was pretty smooth. One of my favorite moments came right as we reached the outpost, when a group of hungry bandits came charging over a hill at the group. This whole scene reminded me a ton of the Two Towers, not the George Bush ones, the Lord of the Rings ones. Specifically that scene where they're making the journey to Helm's Deep and they fight all the wargs and Legolas is on the hilltop just lighting up the riders. Only this time, instead of riders, it was starving vagrants from Minneapolis. Anyway, now that we're here, it's time to finish the build. There's walls that need to be erected still, battery banks need to be built, turbines need to be upgraded, all that fun stuff. I also added our basic defenses. Nearest to the gate are 2 double-barreled harpoon turrets. The rest are just your standard run-of-the-mill Mark II harpoon turrets. Essentially, if anyone gets in, they won't make it through the river. It'll be like Vietnam, but instead of in the trees, we'll be in the sand or something. I don't know, still working on that one. Nearing the end of a day of hard work, we were made aware that a triangle bandit assault would be coming our way. Since we can't have a raid screwing up our progress, I sent Girth out to deal with them in the dunes. In perfect timing, a group of hungry bandits was passing through, so I kited the triangle bandits into the hungry bandits, breaking out into another free-for-all styled fight. As we continued building out the outpost, I noticed that I f***ed up and built the house backwards, and to my knowledge, I can't dismantle it at the moment. Now, looking back through the footage, this is because the house, for some reason, belongs to Xander's outpost. This actually happens with the battery bank later on as well, and I'm not really sure how to fix that, so we kind of just lost a house. Also, I apologize for this next portion because for some reason I must have overwritten a portion of this script, but I want to be transparent, so here's what I wrote. I wanted to do kind of like an outpost tower, but we just got raided by a massive group of hungry bandits, and I wanted to showcase just what these harpoon turrets can do. This is going to be great because my editor is going to see this and just have a field day with that comment. Anyway, currently, there's a few dozen hungry bandits swimming towards us. They've literally walked directly into the pond, making them sitting ducks. They just get slaughtered. I love it, even if I didn't get to test out the double-barreled turrets yet. Hopefully soon though. So most of the outpost is built out. All that's really left to do is get the gardens built out. For that, I'll need something like 180 hemp. I was about to send Girth to the secret drug farm again when we were given a golden chance to use the turrets. Seriously, these things are awesome. I'll have to figure out something for this corner next to the copper node, but if they go straight, they just get gunned down before they make it more than halfway. With the hungry bandits dealt with, Girth picked up one of the weak thrall and set off for the drug farm. Luckily, the farm is close by, so we can keep making runs to gather as much hemp as we need. Between Girth and the thrall, we're able to grab 80 hemp per run. Each large farm takes 30 hemp to start, so we'll get 2 farms up and running with a third practically finished, which is honestly plenty to get started with. We can just take the hemp from the first harvest and add it to the subsequent farms. With 2 farms started, I assigned 1 thrall to each, and then 2 thralls to the water tanks to keep our stock up. These are going to take a few days to grow, so I'll see you when that happens. The biggest issue we're running into right off the jump is that skeletons are shitty farmers. Typically, you want to go get some Greenlanders to handle your crops, but they require food, so we just have to deal with the fact that this is going to be an incredibly tedious process for a few days until we get all these hemp farms up and running. That being said, we were able to get a third hemp farm started with the harvest from the first two. I have 3 more plots built out right now, but even if we just get 1 per harvest, that'll be huge for us. This is what life is going to be like for the next few days until we get our plantation built out a little more and our thrall sufficiently leveled. At this rate, we should have the other 2 fields ready to go by the end of next harvest. Then, we can start focusing on mass producing the finest narcotics east of the border zone. While we wait for the harvest to start churning out results, Girth's big mission is to continue to recruit thrall. I figured this would be a good side quest to work on since eventually we're gonna need at least 6 thrall working on the farms, with another 3 to 4 just for narco production. At this point, I just tried to organize my current thrall into working squads. The thrall army will stand as a holding squad, while the rest are self-explanatory. The hemp farm is for the field workers. At 6 farm plots, I have each working 2 fields. For hashish production, I have 4 machines, but since we're just starting out, I only assigned 2 workers to it. That leaves me with 3 leftover thrall when you take into account that 1 is assigned purely to transport water from the wells to the tankers. This is what happens when we don't have actual guards. The fight honestly would have been winnable with just the thralls had the dust bandits not shown up, but again, this is the price I pay for not having adequate guards stationed. On the bright side, at least it was a spectacle to watch unfold. A lot of the fights so far have been very up and down, and they're becoming a little more exciting to watch as we continue to improve in combat. That being said, we have Girth, a weapon that, quite frankly, no one seems to be prepared for. We have 2 thrall that are missing limbs, but other than that, everyone is going to be fine. I set the 2 cripples to be our runners. Not sure how that's going to work, but in my head, they'll be the ones transporting the hemp and hash to their correct chest in our storage room. This leaves 1 lone thrall to kind of just do whatever. I do want to get a corpse incinerator built out and then get started on a little side project with Girth to keep myself occupied while we produce enough substances to make Pablo Escobar blush. One of the reasons I love Shem so much is because just look at the size of some of these patrols. You just don't get that in the border zone. The only issue we seem to be running into was the fact that our battery banks are all connecting to Xander's hideout, so I sent Girth over to see if we could work something out with them. After a quick talk with the neighbors, I stole Xander's arm to give to one of the runners and brought him back to the outpost to make sure he was gonna die. I'm hoping that if I can kill him, the outpost will unclaim and my batteries will assign to the outpost instead of his shitty setup. Kinda reminds me of like the neighbor who steals your Wi-Fi, or like the old school neighbor would take the cable television for free. I don't know, it's just a funny setup for me. So it's been about 4 days since the Band of Bones fight, and I was gonna skip 1 more day since I'm wrapping up some research, but we got our first legitimate raid on the definitely not a drug outpost. These guys are from the United Cities and are dressed in samurai gear. There aren't many of them compared to the other patrols we've seen in the area, so this fight should be pretty easy to get through, even without Girth. The goal is to gun them down before they make it to shore, considering their combat skills are all in the early 70s or 80s, and we don't have anyone even remotely close to that. For some reason, the thrall didn't lock onto the samurai war party until they swam ashore, and by that point, we might as well have bent over and spread cheeks for them because we got pounded. fight lasted less than 2 hours, during which all of our thrall were knocked unconscious, and the samurai didn't lose a single soldier. Just absolutely dog-walked. I like to imagine the fight would have been different with Girth here, but let's be real. He'd struggle to win a one-on-one against any of these guys, let alone taking on the entire war party. We'll need to prepare a little better for next time, but I'm just happy everyone was able to recover without losing a thrall in the fight. While healing up, a pretty large, hungry bandit patrol was clearing up a nearby group of dust bandits, so I kept an eye on them in case they decided to come hit up our outpost. During the attack, one of the United City samurai made their way back into the pond for some reason. He must have gotten lost on his way back or something, I don't know, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that he took a few stray bolts, leaving him unconscious in the water and allowing us to loot him for some better gear. If you're looking for some semblance of karma, the retreating hungry bandits walked directly into some Beak Things and were subsequently eaten alive, so there's that. When we weren't fighting bandits, it was business as usual. We're still at 6 hemp farms, but we're up over 500 hemp or so in the storage. We'll start hash production in the morning though. For now, it's all about stockpiling as much gear as possible and pushing back our enemies. Luckily for the outpost, Girth's done with his research, so he can basically just stand guard while everyone else gets to work. Whether fortunately or unfortunately, the thrall have grown to love Girth, and will often abandon their current tasks to defend him with their janky and corroded bodies, even if he's perfectly capable of fending for himself. Alright, production is finally underway. It may have taken a few weeks to get everything set up, but we made it. So here's how it works. The farms grow hemp. We have one runner who brings the hemp to storage and another runner who supplies the hemp to the processors. We have 2 thrall who work on said processors, creating hash. That hash is then stored in crates in the building next door. We'll be selling in bulk, so best to get a stockpile before we head out. Obviously, if we have more thrall working on the processors, we'll be able to produce more hash at a faster rate, but that'll come in time. I did some quick math on the selling price at Flats Lagoon, and if we only sell narcotics, we'll need something like 1.3 million hashish, which would take potentially hundreds of days to complete. So, in the meantime, Girth will be getting into the arms trade. He'll be crafting several weapon varieties to test which one will make us the most cash, and then mass producing said weapon. This should help eat into the deficit a bit, and will serve as a nice change of pace from constant drug production. Whenever I get bored of this, I'm planning to just go recruit a few more thrall. Ideally, we have a few more gardens and at least 2 more thrall in the processors to reach maximum production. In the meantime, I've been using the runners to work on the open processors in between loads. By the end of our first day of weaponsmithing, Girth was already moving past rusted junk and we had produced around 30 hash. Not a great rate for that, but I'm sure we can start to speed that up, especially considering the fact that we didn't start on that until the afternoon. Early the next morning, we completed upgrades on the weaponsmith bench, but now we need fabric. I know I've been all over the place with this, but honestly, I'm just going to steal a ton of it and keep it moving. I think I've spent enough time doing this legit. That being said, I'm not going to steal items to resell. I think that would defeat the whole purpose of the grind if I just stole a bunch of robotic limbs and then sold them back. Instead, I'm just going to steal the fabric needed for these weapons and then continue making everything else. I targeted Admog and Squin, since they have the easiest general goods stores to break into. I figured 2 full backpacks should be enough fabric, at least for now. I can always come back in the future. After hitting both Admog and Squin, I didn't even have a full backpack, so I hit up the Rebel Outpost near Schitt's Creek to see if there was anything I could take from there. Unfortunately, it looks like the Rebel Outpost has been completely abandoned. There's no one there and no fabric to loot. At this point, I figured I'd have better luck just hanging out around Squin and Admog for another day and grabbing more fabric from them. The goal is to do 1 bulk sell on day 90 and then see how much of a dent we can make, and then do big bulk sells every 10 days or so. Not much happened for the rest of the day. I placed a blueprint for another processor to keep the farmers busy in between harvests, but I need copper alloy plates still, so we're just waiting on another thieving run from Girth at this point. By the time the sun rose, I'd gathered about 8 copper alloys, which is enough for 3 more processors. As for the cloth, we now have 130 of it, so I'm hoping that'll be enough to last a while. Now it's back to weaponsmithing. Currently we have around 100 hashish, which isn't a small amount for an average playthrough. However, we're 1 billion cats in debt, so it's nowhere near enough for what we need. The downside of trying to manage all of this is the fact that we still don't have adequate security. So, if I'm not paying attention, these massive groups of hungry bandits can waltz in and just skull fuck us. And once the hungry bandits are in, anyone else can just swim on over. Luckily, we have Girth. I will say, one of my favorite things about Kenshi is being able to see the progression in a character and eventually getting to a point where one guy can basically turn the tides of a fight the way that Girth is able to. And once the hungry bandits are in, anyone else can just swim on over. Luckily, we have Girth. I will say, one of my favorite things about Kenshi is being able to see the progression in a character and eventually getting to a point where one guy can basically turn the tides of a fight the way that Girth is able to. That being said, now that it's over, it's back to weaponsmithing. Barring any chaotic surprises, I'll see you all on day 90. Well, I know I just said I'd see you in 4 days, and it's been about a day, but we were raided by a group called the Black Dragon Ninjas, and I found a feature called Shoot First, Ask Later, and toggled that, and I wanted to try it out, so here goes. Alright, so as long as we have guys on the turrets, I feel like we're unstoppable. Like, no one can get through constant harpoons like that. It's like D-Day for bandits, but instead of MG42s, it's harpoons getting fired out of a stationary turret, speeding at them going Mach Jesus. A direct impact is either going to leave them bleeding out, or literally sever a limb from their bodies. There's no way out of this without suffering extreme casualties or being maimed. Another wave of triangle bandits had been caught up, taking on some of the remaining soldiers from Xander's group. So I had Girth meet them instead of halting production again. That being said, I completely forgot to give him his weapons. So here's some martial arts fighting. At least I thought this was the war party. As it turns out, there was an entirely separate bandit patrol making its way over, and I just flat out missed them. Because of that, you get to enjoy another harpoon battle, I guess. Thankfully, the Kenshi gods threw me a bone here, and had a group of hungry bandits aggro onto the triangle bandits, causing another fight and significantly weakening the attackers. As this was wrapping up, a BOB party showed up, followed by a Beak Thing. Just pure chaos all around, and at that point, I felt confident enough to send my thralls back to work and let this fight kind of resolve itself. Shit, dude, even the blood spiders got in on it. On the bright side, with every band of bone soldier that falls, we gain another set of merc armor for our thrall. Anyway, since our iron plate refinery is now fully automatic, I added 2 additional hemp farms. I'm not sure we really need them, but it'll keep at least one of the farmers fully occupied. Well, it's day 90. Here's what we're working with. I have no idea how much this is, I just know it's a ton. Girth's gonna be carrying some weapons he made, plus a few katanas that we stole off some enemies, but with that, I sent them off to Flats for our first big sale. I did some math along the way and came up with about 300 hash in our inventory. Each wooden backpack can hold 72, and their personal inventory can hold an additional 10. A fully stacked thrall can now carry 82 hashes. While making our way over, the group was attacked by 2 Beak Things, as well as a nomad and his war party of goats, I guess. Both fights were pretty easy, and the only time a thrall went down was when they walked in front of Girth's long shaft, did bow, and took a bolt to the gut. Because the Thrall all have horrible strength and athletics, they can't keep up with Girth at max speed, meaning he's got to run at a brisk jog. This makes a short trip to Flats Lagoon take the better part of a day, which is a little ridiculous. I could probably transfer all this loot in the same amount of time just by making runs with Girth solo, so I'm going to try that out on day 100 and see what I end up with. There's no sense in taking 4 Thrall off duties for a day to jog to a location when Girth could make 2 or 3 runs in the same amount of time by himself. Alright, let's get started. Weapons first. Fuck. I left the weapons bag back at the fight, and I have no idea where that was. Thank God it didn't despawn. Honestly, I don't know what I would have done if it did. Probably just stole a bunch of shit and out of spite. Anyway, while he runs back, let's see what we can sell the hash for. About 250k. Not bad at all. This is gonna take fucking forever. The weapon sold for another 40-ish grand, so all in all, this run made us about 300k. Meaning, if we want to get out of this debt, it's going to take us 3,333 runs. If we do that every 10 days, that comes out to just over 91 years before we're out of debt. That's just not feasible. So, what if, instead of that, I don't know, I just bum rush the Bugmaster? Would that make you happy? I feel like that's a fair trade-off. Awesome, glad we all totally agree and there's not a single person who's going to feel emotionally slighted by this enough to lose their shit in the comments. Good. Now that we're all on the same page, I'm going to go grind out some sabers for the Thrall, and I'll see you in a few days. Alright, it's been about another 4 days, and I think we're ready. These 3 have the rest of our contraband, so I wanted to sell that real quick before we head out. We managed to scrape off around $450,000. Honestly, if I wanted to just leave my PC running overnight and come back, it'd be interesting to see what I could get it down to, but I've been working on this project for like 3 weeks now, and I just want to get this bad boy wrapped up. So let's just get to it. I just realized I made that sound like this is a nice walk over to the Bugmaster, when in reality, we gotta go straight through the swamp and into hell. To be honest, I'd be surprised if we didn't lose at least 1 Thrall on the journey, and I'm fully anticipating everyone getting killed when we enter. Really, my only goal is to kill the Bugmaster before we get swarmed. Aside from the swamp raptors and ninjas, we did manage to get in a good little prequel fight as a build up to the main event after catching the attention of some skin spiders. We made it to Iraq that afternoon, not to be confused with Iraq, even though they look about the same. At this rate, we'll reach the Bugmaster at around nightfall. While walking along the eroded path, we encountered several spider patrols, which doesn't seem like a huge deal, but they are whittling away our health. As we approached the Bugmaster's den, there were a group of bounty hunters being slaughtered by skin spiders out front. We tried to help them out, but then I realized they'd just come after Girth if they survived, so I left them for dead and pushed into the building. The spiders cleared out, all that remained was the Bugmaster. Originally, I tried to send Girth in for an honorable 1v1, but he didn't even land a shot. So, I thought to myself, why bring an army of weak Thralls if you're not going to use them? In the end, most of the Thrall were cut down. Girth probably wouldn't have won the fight had he not been able to land a few key shots with his Eagle's Cross, and even then it was close. We have the Bugmaster now though, but we're not done yet. We still need to make it out of this place alive. Girth's right leg is in bad shape, so I had the survivors move up to the roof and hide out near the cages for most of the day until Girth was able to run again. The target here is to make it to the old front lines. That's the safe zone. If I can get there, I shouldn't have to worry about getting swarmed by skin spiders. I read the map in the Bugmaster's chest that shows locations of an ominous city in the Ashlands, but that's another story for a different day. Luckily, we only ran into one skin spider and were able to reach our safety net before midnight. From there, it was a nice jog to reach our home of Schitt's Creek the following morning, back where it all began. It's time to end it. Although we weren't able to really put much of a dent into our debt, I think grabbing one of, if not the strongest NPCs in Kenshi is a worthy trade-off.
Meet Shaft, the protagonist of our story and not-so-distant cousin to Girth, Kenshi's most feared yet lovable robot. You're probably wondering how our boy Shaft ended up in this predicament. Well, allow me to explain. Much like any other man in their 20s and 30s, Shaft has become enamored by the activity known as sports betting. After taking out a series of small loans from every major faction and minor camp of citizens throughout the lands, and dumping it on one of Big Cat's can't-lose parlays, he found himself in immense debt, as the parlay did, in fact, lose. Left with this enormous debt, it was decided via council decision that he would be stripped of his limbs and left for dead in the hellhole known as the Cannibal Plains. Surely he would either die from the elements, die from starvation, or, hopefully worse, be eaten alive by cannibals. Oh, how wrong they were. We begin our journey with a young Shaft being buried in the sand, or rather, a torso by the name of Shaft being buried in the desert sand. Since the town is vacant, I took a few minutes to loot one of the buildings and gather some supplies for the journey ahead. Just, don't ask where he's storing all that bread and dried meat. The plan initially was to make my way down into the floodlands and begin searching for any robotic limbs in the ruins. If we're gonna survive out here though, we've gotta get our stealth up. We're still in the heart of the Cannibal Plains after all, and all it takes is one rogue patrol to walk by us and we're done for. I found the best way to level stealth early is to take advantage of these roads. Whenever a random traveler passes by, we'll skyrocket in levels. That's only amplified when a patrol passes through, even if it's something like a simple group of river raptors. It's also a constant supply of dopamine watching your levels shoot up, which helps counteract the monotony of watching a small torso crawl through dirt. By the end of the first day, Shaft's sneaking level was already in the high 50s. A good start, but we could do better. It wasn't all bad though. Sure, we were inching our way through the wasteland, but sometimes you could even happen across miracles, like floating bodies. Nature is a wonderful thing. If that wasn't good enough for you, there's also a chance you'll catch groups of bandits and cannibals tearing each other apart. Like in this instance, a group of shrieking bandits, also known as Chihuahuas, picked a fight with a tribe of scrawny cannibals. Unfortunately for them though, they were severely outnumbered. But when all hope seemed lost, we had a true Lord of the Rings moment. Out of nowhere, a wild pack of goats rushed into the battle, wiping out the cannibal fighters and saving the shrieking bandits from certain death. And if there was ever one moment to sum up Kenshi,
It's gotta be that. A group of naked, shrieking bandits fighting scrawny cannibals, being saved by a pack of wild goats, all while a torso named Shaft scooted his way around the fight in the background. By day 3, I decided to change course and head to World's End in search of limbs. This seemed like a much safer bet. Not only did I not have to deal with mechanical spiders who have the capability to one-shot Shaft, but there's also a guarantee that we'll get robotic limbs in World's End, considering they have a shop there. A lot less luck is needed when there's a 100% chance a place will have some of the items you need to survive. Normally, food should have been a major issue by this point, but I'd gotten lucky. A group of cannibals had picked a fight with some wandering nomads, who had just completely rolled through them. But during the fight, the cannibals were able to kill several bone dogs traveling with the nomads. So I simply waited for the fight to wrap up, then ragdolled my way over to the aftermath, where I looted several cannibals for medical supplies, before butchering the fallen bone dogs and cooking the meat. This should give me more than enough food to make it to World's End and get some limbs. Now all that was left to do was simply use the crimson chin of Shaft to climb the mountain, sneak past the guards, find some limbs, and superglue them to Shaft's nubs. Honestly, the climb was the easy part. It even created some really cool shots, at least in my opinion. When it came to getting through the front gate, I climbed up the right side of the railing and slithered my way past the 5 guards positioned out front. Canonically, they didn't see Shaft and he was able to sneak through, but personally, I like to imagine that they saw this little torso trying his best to be sneaky and went, "The fuck is this guy doing? Where are his limbs?" And then they just kind of let him pass through. Having successfully made it into World's End, I spent most of the night crawling behind all of the buildings to reach the robotic shop. It's important to remember that every single faction in the game would like nothing more than to bury Shaft. The -100 relations applies to all major and minor factions, so it's quite literally on site for this man, which is why stealth is so important early on. It took about 6 in-game hours, but I finally managed to enter the shop, where I found a bowl on a table and immediately began picking it up, dropping it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. This is the safest way to level thievery in Kenshi, though it's also the most boring. Why am I doing this? Well, I just explained that everyone hates Shaft and wants to kill him on sight. Pay attention. Anyway, this levels my thievery skill, which gives me a higher percentage chance to steal items without being caught. Things like robotic limbs, which is exactly what I did. From what I was able to find, the downstairs barrels had 2 limbs and 2 legs. They weren't amazing by any means, actually quite the opposite, but they were mine. The arms are the most important part here though, because now that I have them duct taped to my nubs, I can start lockpicking, which is a roundabout way of me saying I snuck upstairs and started picking the locks on all the chests up there, in search of better limbs. The lesson here is that it always pays to be greedy. In this instance, I was able to go from shoddy skeleton legs to standard quality skeleton legs. It may not sound like much, but it's actually a pretty substantial increase in stats, which is important when you consider the fact that Shaft needs to be able to outrun all of his enemies. With a brand new set of limbs, Shaft scooted his way back around the entire city and managed to break into the armory shop. Now, it took a good 5 minutes of looting before I realized that this wasn't in fact the armory shop, but instead the headwear shop. The armory was on the other side of town, directly across from the robotic okay. Back to crawling. I made it to the armory by sunrise and immediately got to work kitting Shaft out with some solid gear. We're not looking for anything specific here, just general armor. Personally, I always love to go with the black plate jacket because it gives solid protections without enforcing any harsh stat penalties. As it turned out, leaving World's End was so much more difficult than entering it. We were in luck though, since now that Shaft had robotic legs, he could simply pop them off and the guards would lose interest immediately, not wanting to be recorded kicking the shit out of a cripple and cancelled on Twitter. This allowed me to abuse that mechanic until I was safely outside of the city walls, at which point I reattached the legs and ran off down the mountainside.
By this point, I decided to specialize in martial arts, because contrary to popular belief, it's not something I've ever done before in previous playthroughs. Up until this point, I've always considered martial arts as too OP and preferred to use swords because I liked the animations better. But honestly, given the challenge parameters, I think it's worth focusing on, at least at the start. This led to my first actual fight of the playthrough, consisting of Shaft and a rogue goat. To those familiar with the game, you can probably guess how this all went down. He only does around 4 damage per hit right now, which is not gonna cut it in an actual fight. So my first task was to find an iron node, stack an inventory full of it, and then walk around for a bit so I could level my strength up some more. Not only would this increase my carrying capacity, but it would allow my kicks to feel like someone was actually kicking and not just hitting you with a paper towel. That was easier said than done though, considering every time I started to mine some iron, a goddamn river raptor would pop out of the ground and start assaulting our poor Shaft. It wasn't all bad though. After around a day of trying and failing, a passing nomad killed a river raptor, which I was then able to pick up and effectively double my strength XP gains. When I got tired of that, I'd pull a Randy Marsh.
And practice MMA in my spare time.
And by that, I'd mean I'd get my shit rocked by a wandering herd of goats. Eventually, I was able to get Shaft's strength up to level 15, meaning he's no longer encumbered when traveling. And he now does over double his starting damage, which is progress. It was around this time that Chad had talked me into visiting the Armor King. Now, up until this playthrough, I'd never even heard of the guy, let alone traveled to his shop. So this was all brand new to me. Below the Floodlands, just north of Rebirth, you can find a river. Follow that river about halfway down and you'll discover some flooded ruins. In those ruins is where you can visit the Armor King. Now, despite being reassured over a dozen times that he was friendly, I walked in to find the Armor King, along with his little robo buddies, were immediately hostile towards me. And what those assholes failed to account for, however, was for Lieutenant Dan to sneak his way back in and steal a dust coat that gave him pretty decent protections with some stat boosts. Not to worry though, I'll be back eventually. For now, I need to find somewhere to set up camp, and what better place to choose than the safe house just outside of Rebirth. I'm going to use this as a temporary base since I can't just walk into a city and purchase one for a multitude of reasons. I also don't want to build my own settlement yet since that'll trigger raids, and if it's one thing we don't need right now, it's an army of cannibals, bandits, or Holy Nation soldiers kicking Shaft's teeth in because he put a small shack down. I also swapped out the stronger armor for a more stealthy approach. Even with the clothing swaps though, my current legs need an upgrade, which means it's time to head to Mongrel. The plan is really simple. Sprint to Mongrel, steal legs, sprint out before getting taken down by the guards. Shaft can get up to 21 miles per hour, which should be enough to outrun any ninjas guarding the city. Or so I thought. In reality, Shaft was taking damage before even entering the city. To make matters worse, I also fucked up when I finally made it to the robotic shop. I accidentally grabbed 2 left legs, and when I went to swap them out, I completely forgot that removing the legs knocks you out momentarily. It was during this momentary lapse of consciousness that Shaft was kidnapped and placed in a cage. Now, I did manage to cram one of those legs back onto him, but you need 2 to walk, so it wouldn't really do me that much good if I couldn't get the other. The biggest problem was the fact that every time I tried to escape, someone would just walk by, scoop Shaft up off the ground, and toss him back in a cage. Now, I only had a 500 cat bounty, so they'd come by in about 10 hours to release Shaft, but during that time, I could take advantage of the high-leveled cages and put a few more levels into lockpicking. After around 6 hours of lockpicking, Shaft managed to break out again, this time making it all the way to the front door, only to get jumped by 10 people as soon as he stepped outside.
This bumped the bounty up to 1,000 cats. After trying and failing 2 more times and seeing the bounty go up to 1,500, I decided to just wait out the 30-hour sentence and hope for something better to come of it. I'm just kidding. I managed to break out and drag Shaft all the way over to the robotic shop, where he managed to steal a scout leg, thief's arm, and a steady arm, giving Shaft boosts in crossbows, dexterity, lockpicking, thievery, athletics, and stealth. The best part? 3 of the 4 limbs are specialized grade, with the 4th being a masterwork stealth leg. In just 12 short days, we've managed to survive the Cannibal Plains, gather enough food for long-term survival, and obtain some of the best robotic limbs in the game. Crazy to think that this is still the start of the story. Oh, and not that it matters all that much, but during his stay in Mongrel, Shaft's lockpicking got all the way up to 35. Now that I've got the limbs to survive and outrun pretty much any threat in the game, it's time to head back to World's End. This time, for a crossbow. My thought process is to use a crossbow to bleed an enemy, and then swap over to martial arts to train that skill in relative safety. The biggest issue with stealing a crossbow is that 99% of the bows are locked up in chests. Sure, there's a ton of bolts out and available, but those are useless if you can't find a bow that fires them. Luckily for Shaft though, we managed to find one at the very top of the ranger shop. Sure, it was a complete piece of shit, but it's better than nothing. Now, it's time for the Great Escape. No, not the World War II movie with Steve McQueen and James Garner. I'm talking about the Jack Sparrow-esque escape while being chased by an entire city of ninjas. After several hours of running, only one single tech hunter was in chase, at which point Shaft pulled out the shoddy crossbow and started blasting bolts into the dude. Since he's hot garbage with a junk bow, it took a few hours, but after putting close to 50 bolts into the guy, he finally dropped, allowing Shaft to steal his reinforced saber. Before we really get going here, I ran back to the safe house and rested up for the remainder of day 12. Heading into day 13, we found ourselves out in the Floodlands. But I'm not out scavenging ruins right now. There's a different reason we're out in this hellhole. And that reason is this asshole. Now, in any normal playthrough, Burn is just another NPC that everyone loves to add to their squad. At his absolute worst, he gives you free lodging and access to a skeleton bed. Again, for free. But in this playthrough, he fucking hates our guts. So this is gonna be Shaft's tower now. Well, not yet, but we're gonna take it from him eventually. Even though he's considered one of the weaker NPCs in the game, he's still got several levels on our boy Shaft here. So it's gonna be a slow and tedious process of wearing him down, slowly leveling our skills until eventually he falls. And even once we finally win a fight, that's not the end of it, because I plan on capturing him and using him to spar with to work on toughness, martial arts, and dodging. I'm also starting each fight with an assassination attempt, because even the failures give me like 4 or 5 levels an attempt at the start. Now, it may have taken over 3 rounds before finally getting my first win, and even then it was just a knockout, but that knockout paved the way for some solid sparring. Basically, what I did was take his sword and armor, drop that on the floor, and then proceeded to literally kick the shit out of Burns. In reality, it was much more in line with that 2 retards fighting meme, because there were multiple times where it was just these 2 dipshits missing each other for like a full minute straight. It took about 8 in-game hours of martial arts fighting before Shaft successfully knocked out Burns. Unfortunately, I was distracted watching the Pat McAfee show and didn't get to see it, but I did happen to look back just as this big-ass robo-spider was creeping up on me, so I was able to save the playthrough and dip out before it got too close. After taking a short break to rest up, we were back out for another round of rolling and missing kicks on the afternoon of day 14. It is nice to see some shots landing for almost triple the damage we had started with. From the last fight alone, Shaft's martial arts skill had increased up to 12 from 3, so the progress is there. Not to mention the dodge skill is up to 27 and still climbing. As a reward for a second victory, I allowed Shaft to rest the skeleton repair bench in Burn's tower. For my next step on the MMA journey, it was back to mining iron. We need to fill up Shaft's inventory and then try to fight Burn while encumbered. By morning on day 15, with 100 weight on the line, Shaft and Burn went at it again. Each successful hit grants about 2% of a strength level, while giving around 6% for martial arts. By that evening, we were sitting at 17 strength and 15 martial arts with a whopping 27 in assassination. Burn did end up getting popped by a spider, so Shaft reset him in the skeleton repair bed and they were back at it before the end of the night. Unfortunately, I had OBS paused while all of that happened, but I did notice it when I went to do some strength training, so oops. Anyway, after spending close to 12 hours leveling up strength 5 times, we were attacked by a random skeleton roaming the floodlands. I had to drop Burn and all the extra shit just to escape alive. At this point, I'd been grinding martial arts for several days now, so I decided to take a short break from that and explore some of the ruins throughout the floodlands. The first building I found was inaccessible, but the second one had several weapons locked inside of it, such as a mace and a springback crossbow. It also had a high-grade mask that I swapped mine out for, since the protections were just too good to pass up. The third building I found was heavily guarded by security spiders. Since I don't have the capability to fight them, I made a mental note of it and figured I would come back later when the fight was more manageable. I do have a really good bow and the specialist grade springbat though, so I dropped my other bolts and set off back to World's End to hopefully find some heavies. Well, that was easy. Now to get far enough away that I can begin to train my crossbow skill in peace. I know there are some pretty cheesy methods to grind this, but I always prefer to level crossbows in a more legit fashion because I just really enjoy using them. They're just so satisfying to use, even on tech hunters. I will say, it's also just fun to train on some river raptors and hit them for over 100 damage in a single bolt. What followed this little training montage was a stroll back through the lands that I'd crawled through just 2 weeks ago. Remember that battle we got to witness where the bodies were floating in the air while Beak Things picked at their remains? Well, I found the building again, and as it turns out, everyone had either been killed or eaten alive or participated in the rapture, I guess, because the building's abandoned. Inside, I found a ton of cooked vegetables, ration packs, and food cubes, all of which found their way into my inventory. Now this is a problem I always tend to run into when I try a nomad playstyle. My inner loot goblin comes out and I always end up carrying way more than I should, as you can see from my total weight. Not only is this a problem in general, but it's made even worse when you consider the fact that I'm still running around the ruins and exploring buildings for the thrill of it. Kinda hard to loot anything when your entire inventory is stacked with weapons you'll never use, too much food you'll never eat, and other random oddities. With that being said, I'm not gonna let that stop me from exploring or fucking around. This set of ruins, located just northwest of the Floodlands, was really interesting to me because it's the first one I've found where there's a bridge leading to it. This has gotta be one of the most interesting layouts for a POI that I've ever seen in Kenshi, and it's a massive reason why I love this game so much. Inside, the ground floor appears empty with a bunch of loot laid out in a path luring you upstairs. On the second floor, waiting for you is a massive group of cannibals. The scene in front of you is that they're baiting you up the stairs with splint kits and food and electronic components, and I love that because up on the third floor, you can find dozens of cages all soaked in the blood of the poor souls who'd wandered up here in search of adventure and treasures. Or James Woods looking for a piece of candy. It's really up to you. It makes me feel like this building was entirely made for me though, because I fell for it immediately. I'm not about to pass up free medkits. The battle was almost entirely centered around using a springbat crossbow. Shocker, I know. If I can implant in you one thought from this video, it's that the springbat is a fantastic weapon that you should utilize whenever you get the chance. It can one-shot the scrawny cannibals, has insane bleed potential that can easily stack, and even does 75 to 100 damage to mid-tier enemies. Like, just watch this. All you need to do is kite them around the open area and take shots at your own discretion. As I'd cleared up the first group, reinforcements arrived, having just returned from a nearby patrol route. Taking care of them was a breeze as well. Now all that's left to do is pull the final few cannibals defending the second floor camp. The fight itself was relatively easy. I even got to pull off an epic 1v1 after giving a cannibal brain damage by lodging a bolt in his skull. The most satisfying moment of the fight came at the end though, when, after staggering the cannibal, Shaft landed a beautiful kick directly to the face, knocking them unconscious and solidifying his victory over the tribe. Heading up to the caged room, we dispatched one final cannibal before looting the place, finding a skeleton arm and an imprisoned escaped servant locked in a recovery coma. Not wanting to leave them for dead, Shaft picked the lock, grabbed the poor soul, and left the building with a pile of bodies behind him. There was only one place I could think to bring the escaped servant, and that was the original safe house just outside of Rebirth, where he could rest up and be nursed back to health. There was no guarantee that he'd survive on his own out in the wasteland, but it was better than being locked in a cannibal cage and waiting to be eaten. Someone should probably tell him he's running directly into the Rebirth mine. Nobody? Oh, okay. Moving on. Anyway, back to training. I ended up stumbling across another Flotsam Ninja outpost and figured that this would be a great target to grind some martial arts skills off of, mainly because these guys are typically in the 50s. Before I could do that though, I'd need to kidnap one. Something that's much easier said than done. It took a few hours, but Shaft was able to incapacitate several ninjas, taking their weapons and armor, before deciding on which one to pull with. This guy's in a pretty hefty blood loss coma, but he's also got stomach, arm, and leg injuries that Shaft can take advantage of. After partially healing up the ninja's stomach, we began making our way back to the safe house. The goal here is to keep the left arm and leg wounded to slow down the ninja and drastically weaken their ability to fight in hand-to-hand combat. This levels the field for a sparring match when you consider the fact that the ninja has around triple the combat levels of Shaft. By the time the duo had made it back to the safe house, the ninja was dying, but that was to be expected. They were still dealing with a blood loss coma, and their stomach was getting worse, so Shaft healed up the ninja's stomach as their blood pool recovered, but left the arm and leg alone for now. As soon as they stood up though, it was on sight. Unlike the fights with Burn where Shaft was only gaining 3 to 5 XP per landed shot, he was now gaining between 20 and 30% with each landed hit. The only problem? He's still embarrassingly terrible at martial arts. And even with the ninja moving like a methed out Steven Seagal, Shaft was still no match for him. That being said, it only took one more hit to end up taking out the ninja, leaving them unconscious in the dirt outside of the safe house. Whenever the ninja would recover enough to stand up, Shaft would run out, kick him into the stratosphere, and then head back inside to rest. This went on for most of the night and into the morning of day 19. These fights were exponentially easier due to the fact that the ninja's left leg was so damaged that he was unable to stand on his own, meaning he really couldn't fight back, allowing Shaft to practice his MMA skills freely.
When the ninja was simply too wounded to train on, he'd be placed in a bed until his chest and stomach injuries healed enough to be tossed back outside and beaten senseless. With each fight, Shaft was able to gain at least one level in martial arts combat, making this the strongest XP grind I'd had since starting the game. After a few more roundhouse kicks to the sun, I decided to provide a full round of first aid to the ninja. Their arm and leg were all but maxed out in terms of damage, so it would take at least the rest of the day before they were usable, giving us a few more rounds of free XP before he'd start fighting back. While waiting for the guy to heal, I started messing around with knockouts. If you don't know, you can chain failed attempts by spam clicking as the animation finishes. With this method, I was able to gain over 25 levels in the assassination skill in less than 10 in-game minutes. By the morning of day 20, the ninja had healed up enough to stand on his own, which meant a more even ground for fighting. Now, despite gaining over 10 levels since starting this training, Shaft was still no match compared to the wounded man in front of him. It often took Shaft playing dead, healing up, and then kiting the ninja around the room, slowly landing shots in between telegraphed kicks. After accidentally kicking the ninja into a coma, Shaft set off back to Burn's tower to take advantage of the free skeleton bed. It was during this healing process that I got to watch Burn get absolutely decimated by a wandering spider mech. Since Shaft had fully healed by this point, he headed down, picked up Burn, and placed him in the skeleton repair bed until he was healed enough to head back out on patrol. As payment for saving his life, Shaft beat Burn into the blue screen of death and then slapped him back into the skeleton bed before heading back out on his own. It was time to try out some of Shaft's newfound skills on an actual target. Further north lies a cannibal village belonging to the Blood Reavers clan, but this camp was more than just a random village. It housed the chief of the Blood Reavers clan. Since my stealth is over 90 and I've got some solid limbs and gear, I was able to send Shaft in, kidnap the chief as the sun set, and take him up to the mountainside, where the two fought a pretty lopsided 1v1. Granted, there are much stronger enemies in the area, but it was a good trial to see how far we've come. And I gotta say, it wasn't even close. The chief didn't land a single hit on Shaft for the entire fight. After knocking him into a coma, Shaft simply snapped the man's neck and was on his way, directly into a group of scrawny cannibals belonging to the same tribe. Now, normally, I'd simply outrun the tiny bastards, but this was another great opportunity to get some crossbow training in. Unfortunately, the fight only lasted a few minutes before the entire group just ignored Shaft, turned, and walked off into the night. No idea how or why that happened, but okay. As I followed them though, it became pretty clear as to why they dipped. Out in the distance, that same group of cannibals were duking it out with a band of escaped servants. Both of these groups hate Shaft, but XP is XP, so he hopped in, taking out a few cannibals with his crossbow before swapping to martial arts. Sadly, I overstayed my welcome here, and after realizing that Shaft was surrounded and had taken too much damage to his right leg, I tried to retreat him back over the hill. The biggest concern is the fact that I no longer outrun these guys, making it insanely tough to shake them. Now, the reason these little guys were so persistent was because we were right next to Dead Cat, the cannibal capital of Kenshi. Luckily, Shaft was able to get far enough away from the city that by the time the cannibals knocked him out, he just kind of ragdolled down the hill, causing the cannibals to immediately lose interest in him. From there, he healed up, got back on his feet, and began making his way back to the safe house. The problem is that we needed to pass through that same cannibal village we just murdered the chief of. Shockingly, the tribe wasn't too thrilled about that and proceeded to chase Shaft back to the Floodlands.
By this point, the captured ninja had recovered and set off back to his outpost, so the safe house was vacant, allowing us to rest and recover in peace. As Shaft recovered though, I thought to myself, this entire territory is dominated by cannibal tribes. No one does anything about it though, because the major factions don't care enough, and the smaller factions are too scared to go to war with any of the tribes. This results in small skirmishes taking place wherever the patrols cross paths, but the cannibals have the numbers to absolutely steamroll any of the minor factions or towns in the area. Someone should do something about that. And thus, a plan was formed to systematically dismantle the dominant stranglehold that the cannibal tribes held over the northern coast. To weaken them, we'd target tribal leaders. See, the cannibal tribes constantly war within themselves, but if you cut off the head of one of the tribes, it significantly weakens them, allowing the other tribes to swoop in and swallow up that weakened group. If nothing else, they'll do what their name suggests and cannibalize the smaller tribe. Don't believe me? I made a whole video on it a while back. That's not important right now though. For now, it's time to go target some of these tribes and slowly regain control of the coastline. The first target? Kaka Back, the leader of the blind-eyed kin. Now remember, we don't need a war of attrition to win. We just need to cut the head off the snake. Unfortunately for us though, we can't just execute some of these tribal leaders, meaning we have to take them on repeatedly in 1v1 fights on Rust. Quickscopes and no-scopes only, 360 final kill. At some point though, I must have accidentally queued Shaft to heal up the tribal leader, meaning I'd have to wait for them to recover from their blood loss KO before taking them out for good. Or I could head back to the fishing village and drop them off in the center, letting the villagers deal with the leader when he woke up. Before that though, Shaft would have to survive an encounter with some hungry bandits. Normally, I'd just skip a fight like this, but I chose to keep this one in because I wanted to showcase just how far we've progressed. Looking back to the Burn fight where I was barely able to beat a weakened robot with no martial arts skill, to being able to successfully defeat a full party of hungry bandits. I'm still having to rely on the crossbow for now, but the goal is to eventually use it to just initially engage an enemy, or to finish them off as they retreat, instead of spamming it throughout the entire fight. I think one of the most difficult aspects of this playthrough is the fact that literally everyone hates you. In this instance, Shaft and the cannibal hunters should be working in tandem, but instead, they want nothing more than to see Shaft's head on a pike. Regardless, that same village that we'd taken the previous cannibal chief from was now under the rule of Meat Lord's horde. There's an unnamed cannibal chief here, so Shaft knocked them out and executed them. This alone won't do much though. We'll still need to find and remove the leader of the tribe. Hopefully the village in the distance will have some payoff. While it's not the Meat Lord's horde camp, I did find the Broken Finger tribe and their leader, that fucking name, I don't know. Anyway, Shaft was able to beat them in hand-to-hand combat, using the crossbow to finish off the leader by shooting a leg clean off of its body, before heading to some quote-unquote weird huts in the distance. These weird huts turned out to be the base camp for the Canhead Exiles, yet another tribe of ruthless cannibals. The leader? A man by the name of Baron Samedi? I think that's how you say it. Isn't that the fucking guy from Smite? Luckily, it was late by the time Shaft arrived, and he was able to sneak in and take a look at what the chief had on him. How about one of the greatest polearms in the game? Wanting to leave nothing to chance, Shaft kidnapped Baron and took him out into the plains to face off with him.
Now initially, the cannibal leader tried to escape after being given a healthy dose of brain damage. That being said, he couldn't resist a fight with Shaft, leaving him unconscious in the sand. After regaining said consciousness, he tried to flee again, only to be shot down and left bleeding out. Well, I say left bleeding out, but in reality, I dumped the body in the ocean, effectively drowning the tribal leader. Next up, we finally have Meat Lord's horde. Some massive patrols in the area, and a village nearby, so I headed on over to it. The village is literally named First Village, and it's home to Meat Lord. Can you guess who he's in charge of? Maybe Meat Lord, maybe? Wanna see some bullshit? That staff I took from Baron weighs almost 40 kilograms. So I guess that'll just be left behind because fuck that. So what I've learned is that you can't simply knock out Meat Lord, kidnap him, and fill him with bolts. Instead, Shaft will have to fight his way through the village, take out the cannibal chiefs, then, and only then, will he get a shot at Meat Lord. After killing about 30 cannibals, Shaft returned to the town to find most of the remaining inhabitants sleeping. Taking the opportunity, he knocked out Meat Lord, dropped him by the hillside, and prepared for the fight. Oh, that was really anticlimactic. Just kidding, he popped back up while I wasn't paying attention and just buried poor Shaft in the dirt. Luckily, Shaft was able to recover and chase down Meat Lord, only for the cannibal leader to pass out due to severe head trauma. There's nothing left to do but wait at this point, so Shaft set his sleeping mat down and waited for Meat Lord to die, only for a group of cannibals to come by and try to retrieve his body. This led to another fight that saw Shaft snapping Meat Lord's neck and killing 2 more cannibals before being taken prisoner by the remnants of Meat Lord's horde. We weren't in any serious danger though. As soon as he was placed in a cage, Shaft was able to heal up, pick the lock, and escape to the coast, where he placed his sleeping mat to rest and recover. Later on, while roaming the wasteland, I found another set of ruins containing several maps. These maps outlined several additional ruins and outposts in the Deadlands and Iron Valley, so we'll have to pay that area a visit eventually. For now though, we have one more tribe to eliminate before our final target, the Skull Drinker clan, and their leader, Locklek. I was able to pull most of the village out into the wasteland before looping around and hiding in the main hut, where I was able to wait for Locklek to return to that night. Well, that was the plan anyway, until I looked out to see the remnants of Meat Lord's horde assaulting the village and incapacitating our target. From there, all I needed to do was scoop him up, take him away from the fighting, wait for him to stand on his own, and then execute him with a bolt to the stomach. All that's left to do now
is make the trek to Dead Cat to eliminate the self-proclaimed Grand Wizard. This is a cannibal-run city, so the best way to even make it to the Grand Wizard is simply to wait until nightfall when he's sleeping. That way, just like with Meat Lord, I can sneak in, kidnap, and execute him without drawing the attention of every cannibal in a 5-mile radius. What the fuck just happened? After successfully sneaking back into the hut, I was able to spam assassination attempts on the Grand Wizard until one finally landed, at which point Shaft scooped him up and took off into the wasteland while being chased by a massive group of cannibals. Want to hear me pull one out of the Star Wars playbook? Somehow, someway, Shaft was able to outrun the cannibals and reach the ocean, where they immediately gave up pursuit. I always love the thought process of that. Like, imagine the president was kidnapped and the Secret Service saw them jumping into the ocean and they just went, fuck it, they got away. Maybe next time. Anyway, with the Grand Wizard captured, it's time for an epic duel. Of course, before that though, we'll need to discard his legendary weapon. And with the Grand Wizard officially dead, the cannibal plains were thrown into complete disarray. Tribes cannibalized each other in a chaotic fight to become the new Grand Wizard. Not to mention that most of the powerhouse tribes in the area were currently falling apart due to their chiefs and leaders being executed by a name synonymous with dick jokes. It had taken 26 days, but Shaft had risen from a measly torso and dispatched the cannibal threat in the northern lands. Now, it was time for another journey. Legend has it there are some hidden cities within the Great Desert where the slave trade runs rampant. Within those cities hides an emperor responsible for Shaft's situation. Sure, he could take some personal responsibility and call 1-800-GAMBLER or whatever the hotline is, but it's easier to just blame his problems on everyone else, so that's the narrative we're going with. Regardless, welcome to the desert. I was gonna say hell, but let's be honest, Detroit clears this place. Funny enough, this isn't even the Great Desert, it's just the helmet-wearing stepbrother, Bast. If you've never been, it's a war-torn part of the map where cannibals, samurai, and Holy Nation patrols battle it out in a never-ending war of attrition. It's not somewhere you should ever enter unprepared and ill-equipped, but here we are. On the bright side, there's a ton of destroyed towns and outposts, all of which provide some cover and a few beds to rest and recover at. These patrols can be deadly if you're not prepared, but if you've got a high sneaking skill, it's a fantastic way to continue leveling it up while also getting in some assassination practice. You can then take one of these conscripts and use them to train your combat on. In contrast to the compact samurai patrols, the Holy Nation Empire likes to send out full-on battalions. Again, normally scary, but in our case, we get to farm them and leave a trail of bodies behind us. Throughout Bast, you can find a few guarded outposts, just like this one, where the samurai soldiers are waiting at their post. Picking a fight with them is futile in this instance because there's a whole garrison hiding inside the building, and they're way stronger than poor Shaft, resulting in a strategic retreat back to a destroyed town to rest in for the night. Just before sunrise, young Shaft set back out and got some additional grinding in, tacking on 4 more levels before kidnapping a powerful samurai and taking him on in a 1v1. After defeating the Hiver, his human buddy came sprinting up the hill to pound Shaft back into the ground. Once I recovered, I traveled east until I came upon the city of Drin, which was under samurai control. As Shaft approached though, it became clear that a battle for the ruins was underway. Bodies littered the street, and since he had no stake in who won or lost, Shaft just started swinging on anyone with a weapon. Unfortunately, he was still no match for the samurai conscripts.
Bast is still a bit much for me, so instead, it's back to wandering the desert and looking for a burning bush or some shit like that. While I didn't find a bush, I did find a pair of bandits to kick the shit out of, quite literally kicking a limb off of one of their bodies. After teabagging to assert dominance, I traveled to the ocean where we came across a town by the name of Port North. Much like any other property in the Great Desert, it's a slaver's gold mine. While I was distracted by the vibes of the town, Shaft took out several guards, ultimately leaving them bleeding out in the sand. With some of the guards defeated though, it's time to rest up. There aren't many places to rest and hide in the Great Desert, at least in relative safety. Skimmers, bandits, slavers, and other enemies all roam the desert constantly hunting for their next target, and the best way to become another statistic is to sleep out in the open. Because of this, I found a nice safe island for Shaft to rest up at in between some combat. It's about time to start thinking about setting up an outpost though. It'll just give us some extra protection when we need to rest and recover. I also just really enjoy making outposts in Kenshi. It's not that we can't just steal anything we need, we definitely can, but I really just enjoy the Iron Man approach of crafting your own supplies and only stealing what you need to get started. After some more exploring, I settled on creating a small camp next to an abandoned town, mainly because the abandoned town had enough iron plates and building materials to craft a stone mine and stone processor, both of which are needed to make your own building material. This is the downside of the Great Desert. There's always something hiding in the sandstorm waiting to jump you. On the bright side, at least the food comes to us now. Anyway, we need 2 more building materials to make a stone mine, so it's off to a recently discovered stone mining outpost to see what I can find. The answer? Nothing. It's a slave camp with expert marksmen guarding it. Luckily, I was able to toss everything onto the ground before Shaft was taken as a slave, meaning if we're able to escape, we can grab our shit and move out. I spent a few seconds watching Shaft mine before remembering that he can run at the speed of light, bringing a quick end to our slavery arc. Kinda. I tried to run it back in Shobutai, only to be harpooned yet again. I made the mistake of thinking I could easily escape and run back to my camp, only to once again end up with a harpoon to the chest. At this point, both Shaft's stomach and chest were in the negatives, meaning one more harpoon to either of them risks killing him, and I wasn't gonna let that happen. So instead, I opted to have Shaft spend the night recovering in his cage. By morning, he was in stable condition and I was able to break him out, pick up his gear, and run back into the city, scoop up the other 2 building materials, and finally escape for good. The only problem? The guards just don't quit. Luckily, the guards didn't recapture Shaft this time, they just beat him unconscious instead. Anyway, I managed to get Shaft back to his outpost and finish up the stone mine, meaning we can now craft building materials as needed. Before we get started though, I'm gonna need a worker. That's a bit hard to do, given everyone hates poor Shaft and he's 1 billion cats in debt, meaning we can't just head into a city and hire some workers. Luckily for Shaft though, I know just the guy. See that tower? Well, on the top floor, locked away in a cage, you'll find a relatively useless grunt. In between us and him though, lies somewhere around 50 dust bandits, meaning it's time for a combat montage. Oh, real quick though, when it comes to dust bandits, they have crossbowmen as well, but if you line up the melee attackers in front of you, the enemy crossbowmen will just fire bolts into the backs of their allies, making our life a hell of a lot easier. That being said, this wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. It took getting knocked out several times while slowly picking off dozens of bosses and bandits before we finally reached the top floor. During the fighting, we were able to take out the Dust King and loot his body to earn a legendary saber. With no enemies left, we picked the lock on the cage and recruited our first companion, Cat. Funny story with him though, while he was giving his dialogue, Shaft kept trying to attack him because, again, everyone's hostile by default, so I had to keep him busy while Cat finished talking, at which point he joined the Shaftless. Now, Cat's got horrible stats, but that's okay. I'm not planning to use him to fight for me, and instead, he'll be Shaft's pack mule and free labor.
That just sounds like slavery with extra steps!
With Cat and Shaft safely back at their little campsite, I set Cat to get started mining stone while Shaft set off to complete his mission. You see, over in the city of Heft lies a dripped out emperor by the name of Tengu. At least I think that's how you pronounce it. He's one of the shot callers and the mastermind behind the plan to send our boy Shaft to the peeler machine over a month ago. Well, at least one of the masterminds. Little did he expect Shaft to rise up and erect himself as one of the most prolific fighters in all of the lands. Alright, I promise I'm almost out of dick jokes. Maybe a few more later on, but for now, we're good. Anyway, Emperor Tengu hangs out in the throne room in Heft, guarded by samurai elites, captains, and heavies, making it incredibly dangerous to enter the building. Factor in the number of guards around the city, and you're gearing up for a battle lasting several weeks. That is, unless you have 95 stealth and 71 assassination, then it's a cakewalk. I love how all the guards, just like the cannibals, gave up after chasing for like 20 seconds. Like, you can still see Heft in the distance, and they're just like, nah, we tried. Except for this one elite. He's a true ride or die. Go him. Now, after dealing with the bodyguard, I stole Tengu's weapons from him so that the fight could be more, even. I'll explain. To be short with it, Tengu has the best katana in the game. The feather blade does 1.98 cut damage with a 2x blood loss, 15% armor penetration, plus 10 defense, and plus 10% damage boost against humans, and I can't just let him have that. He'd one-shot Shaft. Anyway, enjoy a fistfight between the two. Obviously, Shaft is much stronger in martial arts than the Emperor, and bested the man without the Emperor landing a single shot. Funny enough, Shaft actually ended the fight with an epic nut punch. One fistfight wouldn't be enough to kill the man though, so Shaft took the opportunity to try out his new katana. Once he'd taken several beatings, we moved him into the abandoned town near the outpost in order to be a bit more discreet. I didn't want to risk the man getting away just because a random samurai patrol passed through and saw us. When Tengu was finally beaten to within an inch of his life, Shaft picked him up and brought him to the ocean, with plans to toss his remains there. Along the way though, he encountered a group of rebel fighters who wanted Tengu for themselves, resulting in a chase for the Emperor's body. After reaching a small island, Shaft executed Emperor Tengu and swam out to sea, leaving his body to the ocean where no one would ever be able to recover it. That completed, I took some time to focus on grinding out a few more skills. For example, toughness. If you don't know, you can cheese toughness XP by getting up after playing dead. The more enemies in the area, the more XP you gain. And considering there's a massive group of triangle bandits in the distance, what better way to train than by letting them kick the shit out of poor old Shaft here? Even with half the bandits out on patrol, I was managing to earn entire levels just by standing back up. This went on for most of the night, and while I couldn't get stuck in the loop where you keep standing up and automatically passing out, I did manage to boost about 4 levels out of it the old-fashioned way. Naturally, this led to some pretty substantial damage to Shaft's robotic limbs, and since we don't have our own skeleton repair bed, the only other option available at the moment is to embark on a multi-day journey back to Burn's tower to make the necessary repairs. During Shaft's absence, Cat began processing the stone into building materials, which could then be used to build a small shack for the duo to escape the elements with. With Shaft now fully healed, it's time for another character arc. A while back, I had received a comment from someone telling me I should go double strength hands and then wield something crazy like a scythe. Apologies for whoever commented that, I wasn't able to find it after sifting back through the streams, but rest assured, the idea was firmly planted into my thick head. And given the circumstances, I think now might be a fantastic time to try it out. The idea around it is incredibly simple. Go double strength arms for the massive damage boost, along with the ability to wield some insanely heavy weapons, like a scythe. This leads to Big Green Number popping up overhead, which makes Big Dumb Brain happy. To my knowledge, the best place to get one of these weapons is in the Iron Valley. But before we do that, it's back to Mongrel to find and steal some specialist grade limbs. Each of these gives a 20% boost to strength, and they stack, so now we have a 40% boost to our strength. The only issue with that is the fact that I've been literally running from the grind. Shaft's strength is only level 32 at the moment, so we'll have to fix that. And my method to fix that is to load up a big ass backpack with iron, throw the heavy limbs into Shaft's inventory, have him pick up Cat, and have him impersonate Moses for several days, taking his strength from level 32 up to level 50 by day 41. With our strength now sufficiently boosted, it's time to head into Iron Valley to steal a scythe. Originally, I was planning to raid one of the outposts here to steal one, but instead, I ended up coming across a lost armory. Inside of this armory were several locked chests containing heavy weapons and hackers, but I was only interested in one thing. As it turns out though, I managed to find that one thing on the second floor, so I had Shaft take it and begin heading back to camp. But while on his way back, Shaft happened across another lost armory. Entering this one revealed around a dozen mech spiders waiting to pounce, so I said fuck it and left it in the dust. After returning to camp, I swapped out Shaft's arms for the strength ones, and set off to find some unlucky bandits to test the scythe out on. The goal wasn't necessarily to win the fight, but rather to establish a baseline to see how rough this was gonna be. It's important to remember that I'm going from a low mid-range martial artist to an absolute bum who just found a big heavy scythe to swing around. Shaft's melee attack is like 4 or 5, and his polearm skill is literally 1. Luckily, the thing can hit multiple enemies, so there's actually a good reason to run into groups of bandits instead of those pesky 1v1 fights. It also gives me an excuse to work on Shaft's toughness some more as well. By the end of the night, Shaft's toughness was up to 70, his polearms went from 1 to 9, and his melee attack is up to 7. Nothing amazing by any means, but it's a decent start nonetheless. An immediate area of improvement is simply the armor that Shaft is using. He's currently still rocking that dust coat from like a month ago, which is great for melee and martial arts, but pretty crappy for actual defense, at least compared to something like a plate jacket. As it would turn out though, we do have a plate jacket, all the way back at that Rebirth hideout. So that's where I sent him. After swapping out the martial arts gear for some quality armor, it was off to Burn's tower for a quick rest before heading back to the desert to fight some more bandits. After about 3 or 4 rounds of getting absolutely steamrolled by some triangle bandits, I remembered that I never showed off the aftermath of killing the Emperor. Oops. So, executing the man has some pretty massive consequences, at least to the Great Desert and United Cities regions. For starters, the rebels are winning the war now. They've completely decimated Heft, leaving multiple buildings in ruins, including the HQ, which is now completely abandoned. Displaced peasants and rebel fighters litter the city, all of which are still hostile towards poor Shaft because, gambling addiction or something. Other cities, such as Shobatai, are still standing, however, which means I can still practice my assassination skills and loot some more medical supplies. Stoat is also still standing, but there are several destroyed buildings now littering the city. There are some additional influences as well, such as several samurai patrols no longer spawning in, and instead being replaced by additional rebel spawns. It also cancels all outpost raids regarding tax collection, but we hadn't encountered any so far through the playthrough, so it's not something that you'd notice anyway. With that though, I'm about done with the desert, so I sent Shaft down to Shem to start training on some dust bandits. I always love Shem because you get dust bandits, hungry bandits, triangle bandits, and beak things, and every once in a while you get one of these awesome battles where like 50 hungry bandits fight 2 beak things and it's somehow an even fight. If the bandits manage to defeat the beak things, I can loot the meat off of them, providing Shaft with enough food to last days, even weeks out here. That is, until the triangle bandits come sprinting in to steal all of it. At least we get more free entertainment though. Since the bandits were too sprawled out to really warrant using a scythe, I had Shaft swap to his bow and katana to deal with the bandits individually. Over the next few days, I had Shaft wander through the lands of Shem, taking on various bandits and slowly but surely mastering the art of swinging a big heavy object into people's kneecaps. In all seriousness though, this is something that Kenshi does that is entirely unmatched by any other game. The grind is so satisfying because it's one of those things that you can actually see improvement on over time and in multiple ways, aside from just a number ticking up. You might get your shit rocked by hungry bandits at the start, but you'll slowly start winning fights against them until they're not much of a threat anymore. Then it's on to dust bandits and triangle bandits. It's a new, stronger enemy, but the process is still the same. You get your ass kicked, realize you're weak and frail, then, over time, go from knocking down one bandit to taking out entire groups of them in one fight. If that's not enough, you also still get that dopamine rush of watching green number go up because make Big Dumb Brain happy. There's also all of the animations for skills like martial arts that develop as the skill levels up, making the fighting style more lethal. It's just something I absolutely love in this game and something I haven't seen other games be able to replicate in that same way. Now the fighting did go on for several days until I felt that Shaft had been sufficiently used and abused. His polearm was up to 42, attack up to 37, defense at 63, and toughness at 79. Now, it's time to go do something incredibly stupid, like swim all the way out to the Western Islands and kill a bunch of hivers, because... Do we really need a reason, or is the fact that I want to kill some hivers good enough? But first, we need to bully Burn some more. Truth be told, there is a reason I wanted to head out west. See, back when I did a bounty hunter video like a year ago, I tried to kidnap the queen. Nope, not the one who says funny, but the hiver queen out on an island all by herself with some weird obsessive guards. Well, I did manage to kidnap her, but as it turns out, no one wants a stuck-up queen for a prize. So I set her down on an island and she just kinda dove back in the water and floated away, never to be seen again. So this time, I thought it'd be fun to head on over there, explore her island a bit, I don't know, commit some incredibly heinous war crimes, and then just kinda swim away unscathed. I get the feeling that not everyone is bought in on this, so here. This despicable queen tried to ruin sports gambling by getting rid of prize picks. She said if hivers can't put together a 3 to 6 leg parlay, then no one should be able to. Are you happy now? You were all disturbed with Shaft killing an innocent tribe like Anakin with the Sand People, but now she's actually a horrible person trying to ruin the fun of millions of people. She probably even took a sponsored steak ad to purchase the island she lives on. What a scumbag. If anything, Shaft's actually a hero. Now this took well over a day to actually swim to the island. Mainly because I would swim to one, and then realize I was on the wrong island, so I'd hop back in and swim to another, which would also not be the correct island. Eventually, I did happen across an island with a tower on it in the distance, so I sent Shaft over to it. This wasn't the Queen's Island, but I figured why not stop in and say hello to the resident fogmen who, for whatever reason, are living in exile out here. First, it's probably a good idea to deal with the local wildlife. Wouldn't want them swinging into third party during any battles. I chose to set up camp on the small island just off the main beach. That way, if any fogmen did happen to chase after Shaft, he could fire bolts back at them as they swam across the small gap between the two. But enough of that. Now, it's time to take the tower. It should be noted that dozens of fogmen live here. The layout is very similar to the Dust Boss base, where there's multiple levels of the tower, all packed with fighters, and in this case, fogmen and princes. In total, I counted 28 of them inside, meaning we've got a fight on our hands. Now since Shaft is wielding the scythe, there's no benefit to fighting indoors, so I had him run in, trigger the fogmen by referencing gender studies, and then run outside to take on the hordes. The battle was actually incredibly short, at least from what I was expecting it to be. I was anticipating at least 2 days of slowly chopping through the fogmen, but instead, all of that training in Shem had really paid off for Shaft, and he was able to carve his way through all of the fogmen in a matter of hours. He was even able to push into the tower and take out the stragglers with a katana, which was really exciting for me to see, considering every single fight outside of this has been a major toss-up. In the loot room, I found a specialist grade triple shot bow, a masterwork samurai helmet, and a high quality blade iron club, but I only took the samurai helmet since the bow couldn't fit in Shaft's inventory, and I have no need for an iron club. This was a really nice pit stop, though it's important to remember it for what it was, a pit stop, and nothing else. The real goal is off in the distance on some remote island. Imagine not just having to tread water, but to physically swim for miles to a remote island. Do you guys remember in high school when you'd have to tread water for like 5 minutes and there were kids who couldn't even do that? Imagine them trying to swim for like 30 hours straight. Anyway, welcome to the Western Hive. They're made up of mostly mid to late game soldier drones and fully secluded on this tiny island. They're like the North Sentinel Island tribe of Kenshi, just as hostile and likely just as inbred. The first encounter with them was about what I expected it, with them swarming Shaft as soon as he set foot on the island. even retreating to the opposite island isn't a safety net anymore, as some of the soldier drones will just continue chasing. But this may actually be a way to weaken them, since it allows for a ton of space to whip out the crossbow and take them down with ease. I did try to push in one more time that night and take out a few hivers with the crossbow, but I honestly don't think I took a single soldier down. Were a few of them wounded? Definitely, but it was nothing that would make a big difference. I even tried sending Shaft back in to assassinate a group of the hivers, only for him to completely whiff on a swing and wake up the entire tribe. There she is. The queen. Gross. I'm gonna be honest, I did not think I was gonna be able to just waltz in and kidnap her like that. These guys are dipshits. I don't even have high sneaking anymore. It's down to like mid-30s instead of 100 now that I've got industrial limbs. Now, I'm not just going to assassinate her though. We need to earn this win. She's got a legendary polearm, but we have a shaft. Oh god, he kicked her leg clean off her body. Then just like that, the queen is dead. Sorry, Brits. I did want to take on the Western Hivers in a true battle though, so I had Shaft bring the queen's body back to the island, only to find it overrun by fogmen. In less than 24 hours following the queen's death, the fogmen just strolled on in and managed to completely overtake the Western Hivers. Now, I'd be lying here if I said I wasn't at least a little bummed out by this. But since I'd never beaten the Western Hive in a fight, I figured I owed it to them to kick the shit out of the fogmen who'd conquered their land. It does suck that the fogmen just completely gutted the hives though, because I was really looking forward to looting the place and finding some unique items out here. But the interiors are just barren, aside from a fog prince who tried to eat our poor Shaft. Pause. That being said, I did manage to find one untouched building with a skeleton repair bed in it, so I got to check out some of the gear left behind, which was mainly economy limbs. But there were a ton of skeleton repair kits that I looted as well. Outside the hives, there are several gardens in the area, two of which were vegetable farms. This is massive for Shaft and Cat because we can harvest those, and then use the vegetables from the farm to build and create our own farms, giving us a sustainable food supply in the future once we decide to settle down. Unfortunately, after several hours of farming, Shaft wasn't able to get one successful harvested crop, meaning we're still back at square one. I'll worry about that in a little bit though. For now, there's one more promise to uphold. With the Western Hive completely decimated, it's time to end the Fogman hordes, once and for all. The Fog King lies within the Fog Islands, just north of Mongrel. It's no secret that we have no allies there though. Come to think of it, this may be the most dangerous, or at least hostile location that we've ever gone into. Sure, the cannibals were rough, but cannibals don't travel in packs of damn near 50 soldiers, and aren't fighting mech spiders and ninjas in their spare time. The Fogmen influence doesn't just stop at the islands. It looks like they've swarmed through all of the Hive communes along the coast as well. Guys, I didn't alter the dialogue, I promise. Even the characters are getting in on the dick jokes at this point. It looks like they're even spilling out into normal outposts and cities at this point as well. So the upcoming fight feels a bit more warranted, even if I was the one who started this. As Shaft arrived at the outskirts of the Fog King's throne, he could hear the screams of the poor souls that had been devoured alive inside the building. Before he could even enter it though, we had to deal with the patrols of Fogmen and Fog Heavies guarding the throne room. Issue with that is Shaft isn't used to fighting Fog Heavies. Compared to normal Fogmen, they have practically double the stats in every combat skill. Throw in the fact that, I don't know, there's dozens of them roaming around instead of dozens of Fogmen drones, and you'll find yourself in a predicament that, by the time you realize what's happening, it's already way too late. Luckily, Shaft was able to escape and run back out into the valley, even drawing out the Fog King in the process. After 2 failed attempts, I started getting nervous though. Shaft's legs were too damaged for him to run on, meaning it was almost entirely up to Cat to come in and rescue our boy. There was even a point where I was able to get Shaft to escape and was slowly but surely dodging and making repairs, only for him to be captured yet again. On the, 5th or 6th attempt, we did finally manage to escape, repair the leg enough to outrun the Fogmen, before I turned around and tried to take on the Fog King and a few of his bodyguards. Now, poor Cat tried to help, but was given a Brick Tamlin dose of brain damage and left for dead. Luckily, Shaft is used to being jerked around and was able to not only escape, but he also took down the Fog King and defended Cat from another patrol of Fogmen, before finally executing the king and bringing Cat back to the safe house to recover. Returning to the Fog King huts was pretty underwhelming. All of the crates are entirely empty, but I did manage to rescue Peace, though due to the 100 relations damage, I'm not allowed to heal them up, but they're still stuck following me, so this entire run basically turned into a weird escort mission where they crawled along behind Shaft until they finally succumbed to their injuries, which then allowed Shaft to perform first aid and pick them up, saving his life in the process. After recovering, Peace would leave the safe house on his own accord, wandering off into the distance. We never did see him again, but I hope he's still out there. After recovering at Burns Tower yet again, I felt like it was finally time to head south. I was satisfied with the chaos we'd caused so far. The cannibal tribes were in ruin, the United Cities launched into a massive civil war, the Western Hive eliminated, the Fog King executed, just pure chaos. Feeling satisfied with their work, the gang packed up all of their gear in the safe house and headed south. I still love how you can just turn a character into a pack mule by loading them up with gear and then having another character pick them up, and how it just does absolutely nothing to the carrying weight. Never change, Kenshi. Never change. As the duo passed through the foglands, I couldn't help but notice just how empty it now felt. There were no massive death yards full of hundreds of fogmen anymore. The camps lie empty, with no motion in the fog. After several hours of traveling, we even came across an abandoned city. It didn't appear on the map at all, there's no ownership tied to any of the buildings or anything like that, and all of them are completely empty. It was just some creepy ghost town. After a day of traveling, we found a nice quiet plot of desert to settle down in. It's over near Flats Lagoon on a small island, but it'll be perfect for what we need it for. Speaking of Flats Lagoon, it's the perfect target for some small looting runs in order to get us back on our feet and established in the area. I started simple, 3 building mats that we need for a stone mine. They don't have iron plates, so I'll need to find a way station that's carrying them and hope I get lucky. Either that, or Squin. You know what? Let's do Squin. Sure, the Sheks will start hunting us, but it's fine. While Shaft began making his way over to Squin, Cat got to work mining 50 quality stones so that we could start making our own building materials yet again. Anyway, welcome to Squin. Funny enough, the Shek guards actually know Shaft's name, which I thought was really cool. His reputation clearly precedes him, but judging from the fact that the hell want him dead, I'm not so sure that's a good thing. With the iron plates secured, we were able to build the stone processor and set Cat to work on that while Shaft put in work at the stone mine. Now, shortly after settling in, a screech roared off in the distance. Skin bandits. For those who are unfamiliar, skin bandits are horrifying. Essentially, they're skeletons who kidnap humans, peel their skin off, Silence of the Lambs style, and then wear that skin to try and convince everyone else that they too are human. It's some fucked up shit. And not wanting to bitch out of a fight, Shaft charged in, assisting the trade caravan in their fight against the skin bandits. The battle was short, however, and fairly one-sided, as the skin bandits massacred the trade caravan, kidnapping several of the traders before running off over the hill. Surely nothing bad will happen to those poor traders, right? We don't have time to worry about them at the moment though. For now, it's back to focusing on the camp. Shaft used some of the materials to build a small shack where he placed a research bench. Using that bench, I queued up a ton of research for things like farming, makeshift walls, general storage, and cooking. And when it comes to cooking, my plan is simple. Make dust witches. You can make these sandwiches by combining bread and cacti. Obviously, before we do that though, we need to grow those crops. And before we grow those crops, we need to research those crops. But wait, there's more. If we're going to research those crops, we need to bring 2 of each of those to the research bench first. Which is an incredibly long-winded way of me saying, I sent Shaft to a holy mine in order to steal cacti and wheat straw. Oh god, a shopping assault on Hot Topic? Quick, someone tell the goths and emos with parental issues. Anyway, while they burned down the Hot Topic, Shaft snuck into the holy farm, knocked out a ton of farmers, stole 2 wheat straw, and began making his way back home. We'll eventually need to come back and steal more in order to plant said garden, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Hi, post-recorded TGP here. None of this matters at all. I never plant any of the gardens. Alright, just thought you should know. Back to the video. While Shaft made his way back, Cat was attacked by a group of lost hivers seeking revenge for the queen. While Cat wasn't able to hold his own against them, he did manage to buy enough time for Shaft to return to the camp and kill the hivers. With the enemy dealt with, I added wheat straw farming to the research queue before heading down to Morn in search of some cacti. Morn is an interesting place. There were some large-scale rumors of an ancient warrior, a legend of the past, someone lost to time, having resurfaced in the remains of Morn. but there was never any conclusive evidence, so no real merit was ever put into it. Aside from the rumors surrounding the city, you'll find it occupied by outcasts, former slaves, drug peddlers, tech hunters, and a strange beast taking up residence in an abandoned HQ building overlooking the ruins. All things considered though, I was able to find one singular cactus in the bar, only to walk out and find the entire city erupting in chaos. While the tech hunters really hate Shaft, one skeleton seemed to want nothing to do with him. As the tech hunters threw themselves onto Shaft's scythe, the skeleton walked off without looking back. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen a tech hunter walking around with ancient armor. A strange notion, but there's no time to read into that. We've got to worry about surviving.
It's real.
Following the events of Morn, Shaft couldn't get the strange warrior out of his head. He knew he'd seen him before, he just couldn't remember where. One thing was for certain though, we'd have to go back. On his second attempt to re-enter the city, the exact same thing happened again. All of the tech hunters and occupants of the city immediately turned hostile towards Shaft. Except for the odd skeleton. It became apparent that the only way to obtain this warrior's attention would be to eliminate most of the citizens of Morn, leaving him no other choice. Now, after slaughtering over a dozen men, a wounded Shaft found himself face to face with the mysterious warrior. The two drew their weapons, beginning a small skirmish that left Shaft bleeding out in the sand. Now, luckily for Shaft, all of the corpses piling up in the streets left several sleeping mats open around the city. In their second round, Shaft managed to land a few shots on the warrior, but was still easily outclassed in combat. While our hero struggled to regain consciousness, the mysterious warrior went on a little spree of his own, taking out several ninjas before walking away casually yet again. The following day, Shaft recruited Cat to head into Morn with him, giving up the famed spring bat in the process. Shaft would engage the warrior in melee combat, while Cat positioned behind them and fired bolts into the warrior's weak points. The only problem with that is the warrior didn't seem to have any weak points. Well, that, and Cat had, to this point, never fired a crossbow before. The battle lasted literally the entire day, spanning several engagements, each of which left Shaft coughing up blood in the sand. It wasn't until our hero picked up the bow and planted a bolt in the robot's head that the mysterious warrior's true identity would be revealed. The legends and rumors were true. Girth lives on. After caging the hero, Shaft and him reconciled, and realizing that Shaft was currently undergoing something that Girth had already lived through and survived to tell the tale of, Girth agreed to join the team. So, you want to see them fighting side by side? Yeah, me too. Let's do it. Together, the dynamic duo known as Girthy Shaft could accomplish some incredible feats together. Before we do any crazy boss fights, we need better gear for Shaft. The place to find better weaponry would be in the Deadlands. Sure, they may hate Shaft, but who cares when you have Girth? I do love how Girth and Shaft have this interaction, almost like they're longtime friends catching up. They talk about how they were expecting more chaos once the Emperor fell, but how it was rather anticlimactic, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. The entire collapse feels like it's contained within the Great Desert. You don't really see any ripple effect outside of that. There's also a whole side conversation where Girth basically just admits that he's incredibly depressed. Same, bro. Same. Anyway, on to the scrap house. It's heavily guarded with highly skilled skeleton warriors, making it a fantastic place to see how the pair fight together against enemies who can, actually hit back. In reality, Girth kited around the guards, keeping them occupied, while Shaft snuck in and hunted through all of the gear in search of a better weapon. While I didn't manage to find another scythe, I did find a stronger polearm that'll be a great swap, so goodbye scythe. I did let them try to fight together, but the duo were easily overwhelmed, so I had Girth pick up Shaft and dip out. We could have gone back to camp in the south, but remember, we still need an armor upgrade too. And what better place to hit up than the drowned ruins I'd visited almost 2 months ago, all the way back at the beginning of the video. I told you I'd be back. But first, it's over to Burn's Tower for a quick recharge. Upon reaching the armory, the duo tried to strut on in and take control of the building, only to be immediately beaten into unconsciousness and tossed in the water outside. When looking a bit closer, it's very clear why all this happened. All of the guards have an attack skill level of 104, with 90 strength, 90 toughness, and 99 dexterity. Even trying to do something menial like picking a lock is an almost certainty for death. Luckily, there's a series of beds upstairs, and the guards don't seem too worried about either Girth or Shaft until they commit a crime, meaning we can continue to rest up here as long as we need. Now, here's where some more of that fantastic Kenshi cheese and exploits come in. As long as you're not within someone's line of sight, you can pick locks on some of the chests and containers from the other side of walls, meaning we can actually steal some high quality gear, such as specialist grade samurai armor, giving massive defensive boosts across the board. With Shaft sufficiently geared up, the two would face their first challenge together, defeating the monster that left Morn in ruin, the Great White Gorilla. An unstoppable beast with 109 attack, 102 strength, 120 dexterity, and 105 toughness. It's a goddamn Hulk, and it's trapped in the abandoned HQ building. The battle was fierce. The beast was just so damn tanky that it didn't matter how many hits you landed, the thing just kept standing back up. At one point, two ninjas strolled on into the building, and I thought maybe the citizens of Morn were coming to help, only for the two ninjas to attack Shaft. And suddenly, I didn't much care for rescuing all of these people. After the Great White Gorilla was executed, we looted its pelt and paraded the body through the city ruins of Morn, before leaving it in the center and heading back to camp. With the Great White Gorilla eliminated, it was time to take on another foe. Another legendary character who took Shaft's legs in the form of repayment, opting to feed them to his pets. The man who co-orchestrated the entire plot for poor Shaft. The Bugmaster. If the Great Desert was hell, I don't know what you want to call this place. It's covered in spiders, and as an arachnophobe, fuck everything about it. Everything about this part of the map makes me squirm in my chair. I hate it. Yet here we are. Luckily, our two heroes are strong enough to take on the spiders with relative ease, provided they don't get absolutely swarmed by 30 of them. Side by side, Girth and Shaft fought their way up the winding path, all the way into the tower, eventually securing the ground floor. In the distance though, a group of bounty hunters, eager to capture the Bugmaster, were being torn apart by a group of skin spiders out on patrol, showing just how absolutely merciless this place truly is. One wrong move here, and there's no coming back. Equipped with that knowledge, Girth and Shaft climbed the staircase and stood just feet away from their target. Since Shaft had been injured in the fighting, they thought it best to hide out on the third floor and recover, not thinking that an entire separate detachment of skin spiders would make their way up to reinforce the Bugmaster. With the fight underway, it seemed like an even match. Even with Shaft getting knocked unconscious, he was able to eventually get back up onto his feet and work in tandem with Girth to take out the bastard. In the Bugmaster's chest, they found a strange map, but that could be examined later. For now, they were only concerned with escaping. They could take on the Bugmaster again in a safer location that didn't involve 100 skin spiders waiting to tear them apart. And that's exactly what they did. After chopping off one of the Bugmaster's legs and putting him into a coma, Shaft and Girth sat together on a hilltop overlooking the sunset, where they finally executed the man, leaving his body to be devoured by whatever monstrosities roamed through the area. With the Bugmaster defeated, Shaft's journey was nearly complete. He owed but one debt of gratitude to his friend Girth, and the Bugmaster's map held the clues to uncovering how to repay that debt. You see, deep in the Ashlands lies an ominous place, and within that ominous place, one might find the mighty Catlong, hiding in exile. Why was he in exile? Well, because he was the man who'd gotten Girth infatuated with NFTs all that time ago. Just like the Bugmaster was for Shaft, Catlon was the sole reason for Girth's predicament. As repayment for helping Shaft enact revenge on the Bugmaster, Shaft would see to it that Catlon would ultimately be caught and destroyed for his friend and mentor. So, under the gaze of a starry night, Shaft and Girth began their journey across the world to find and kill their final enemy. This journey would quite literally take them from one corner of the world to the other, and would span several days. The duo even reunited with Cat and traveled together as a pack to the Ashlands, arriving after a 3-day trek. The Ashlands are devoid of all life. There is no sensible reason anyone should venture out here. This isn't snow, as the name would suggest. The lands are covered in skeleton legion patrols, all with the sense to kill on sight. As the gang approached the ominous place, they walked into a massive facility covered head to toe in skeletons. Assuming this was Catlon's new army, the trio got to work fighting through them. All 3 members sustained injuries, but the first battle was won. Even after killing almost 50 drones, peeking inside revealed an entire second group waiting to attack. Catlon was on the other side though, which means the only way to reach him is through his guards. Just look at the carnage. Cat had taken the worst beating of the group, but all 3 were housing fairly serious injuries. But let's face it, all 3 knew this was a one-way trip. Cat chose to take up guard just outside of the throne room, with his sole purpose being to defend the duo from any outside forces that would attempt to gain access to the throne room during the fight. It was obvious he wouldn't be able to stop them all, but if he could just buy the duo enough time, well, maybe they could accomplish their task. The trio said their goodbyes, turned around, and headed inside, leaving Cat alone against an army of skeletons. Girth stood alone, facing off against the mighty Catlon. As soon as the fighting kicked off, however, Shaft entered the room in a surprise ambush. During the duel, a third group of skeletons was able to enter the chamber, which could only mean one thing. Cat was gone. Caught up in the shock, Shaft took a shot to the chest, caving it in and knocking him unconscious. Girth, however, continued to fight alone. Seeing his friend lying on the ground, he scooped him up and sprinted outside, allowing the fighting to spill out onto the hillside. Shaft, near mortally wounded, stood by his friend, focusing on the guards continuing to funnel out of the throne room. Together, the duo stood side by side and fought for their lives. After several hours of fighting, Shaft and Girth managed to gain the upper hand on the mighty Catlon, causing him to reboot. Seizing the opportunity, Shaft took out Catlon's CPU, effectively ending the life of the legendary figure. Two torsos, one robot and one human, both with similar beginnings and similar endings. Both came from nothing, surviving the unforgiving world of Kenshi, vanquishing their enemies, and rising to unfathomable power. With all of their enemies destroyed, the duo shared one final sunset together, before removing their limbs, becoming torsos yet again, and crawling off into the night, hunting for their next journey.